Chapter 391. Is something the matter? Lionel asked. Lionel couldn't really understand why Anared had come here with such an aggressive stance. He couldn't remember offending Anared before. Yet, the latter was wearing an even colder expression than he usually did. What do you mean by this exactly? Anared replied coldly. What the hell are you talking about? Anared stared at Lionel for a long time. It seems you want to die. Lionel's gaze grew cold. At that moment, Aina also reacted. A slight red light flickered within her almost golden irises. It seemed as though she might pull out her sword at any moment. Big brother, what are you doing? Syl's voice suddenly cut into the conversation. But Anared didn't respond to his sister. He looked from Lionel to Aina and back. You'll leave her if you know what's good for you, Anared said coldly. Lionel suddenly took a step forward. There was nothing that could get him riled up quicker than matters related to Aina. In a single bound, he already stood less than a foot from Anared. With his height, he stared down from above, his gaze reflecting a slight violet hue. Anared's sword began to vibrate wildly to his back, as though sensing a threat. But Anared didn't take a step back, his white robes billowing beneath Lionel's aura. I don't know what story you've woven for yourself, Lionel began with an icy tone, but I suggest you watch your words. The only reason I chose to join your Kiefer family's quota was to find her. I'm sure you're intelligent enough to understand what that means without me spelling it out for you. Lionel's meaning was clear. Why would he choose the Kiefer family over Aina? He would rather fall out with them at this very moment than give up on Aina. However, his words only enraged Anared more. Others took what Lionel said at face value. But all he heard was that Lionel toyed with his sister's emotions for the only purpose of finding another woman. And now that he had found her, he couldn't be bothered to care about his sister anymore. Shing! 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 Brother! Syl all but screamed out. Anared frowned and looked toward his younger sister. You're embarrassing me. Step back. Anared was taken aback by his sister's words. This was the first time Syl had ever raised her voice toward him. Whether it was out of respect or fear, she never had. You misunderstood. Syl continued. It was sister-in-law that made it look as though we were involved. Lionel never made any advances on me. Anared's frown deepened. It doesn't matter. He must take responsibility regardless. Brother, I don't care. Anared continued coldly. Since he can use our Kiefer family, he should be able to take responsibility for it. Anared looked back toward Lionel. He was the only one that seemed to match Lionel's aura without taking a step back. In fact, his battle-intense soared as though he couldn't wait to cut Lionel down right where he stood. The red in Aina's eyes slowly faded as she seemed to catch an inkling of what was going on. Her eyes shifted toward Syl for a moment before looking away. Unfortunately, no one was in position to stop this face-off because the three leaders of this trial were having a heated debate of their own. What the hell's going on, Sale? One of the two men questioned. That kid's family name is Morales. The expressions of the two changed. The altar's abilities were mysterious and abstruse. It had the ability to delve into one's mind and find the truest form of address for a person. So, they had no doubt that whether he was a part of that family or not, Lionel's name truly was Morales. You sure it's not a case of a lower plane taking on a name they shouldn't? That happens all the time. Sale shook her head. He has a quasi-grade 6 empty spear embryo and a perfect grade 6 variant Earth affinity. The two men were left speechless once again. At this point, Sale wanted to shed tears. Only she knew that this wasn't the end of it. The more she thought back to Lionel's list of talents, it made her want to ram her head into a wall. Was this the pain of comparing yourself to another? Complete bow embryo at 18 years old. What kind of nonsense is that? Then what should we do? The three fell into silence before one of the men stood. This is stupid. Why are we hiding away in a corner, talking amongst ourselves? Isn't that man himself over there? Sale, you go talk to him and well handle these preliminary rounds. Maybe we're missing something important. The three of them hesitated. Usually, heirs like this were quite eccentric. What heir to a seventh-dimensional family would come down to the fourth dimension to chase an ugly woman? If this wasn't eccentric, then what was? Who knew? Maybe Lionel wanted to keep a low profile and would lash out at them if he was exposed. Knowing this, Sel couldn't help but glare toward the male who spoke. Since you were so confident, why don't you go? The male coughed. The fairer sex has a better chance of dealing with such things. Just look at your... The male's gaze shifted towards Sel's ample bosom, taking a gulp. How such a thin fabric held back such a bountiful harvest was beyond him. Yep, definitely. He wouldn't be able to bear doing anything to you. Sel's glare intensified. But, thinking of where they were and the image they were meant to project, she decided against slapping her colleague upside his head. Lionel Morales. A voice suddenly interrupted the heated stare down between Lionel and Anared. It hesitated for a moment before continuing. And Aina Brazinger. Come with me, please. Lionel's gaze didn't seem to want to leave Anared, but there was a strong tug at his robes that pulled him back. Aina all but dragged Lionel away. It seemed that her strength was still ridiculous. No, it had gotten even more ridiculous. All right, kids, line up. Papa Ely is going to eliminate 90% of you. One of the two remaining men stepped up somewhat too enthusiastically. Chapter 392. Lionel gave Anared one more look before turning away and following Aina. He realized that he was even more sensitive about Aina compared to how he usually was. Of course, he somewhat understood why this was and inwardly kicked himself. The more he acted like this, the more subconscious Aina would be. He wasn't doing her any favors by being like this. If others heard Lionel's thoughts, they would realize that he seemed to be far more introspective about himself in relation to Aina than he was about himself alone. It was quite an interesting phenomenon, but Lionel, of course, wouldn't notice this. Sel led the two away. Somehow, likely through a teleportation pad, they disappeared and reappeared in a hidden room that oversaw the first floor. However, Lionel was certain that no one could see them, as though they were standing behind a one-way viewing pan of glass. Once they reached this point, Lionel subtly put up his guard. This had long since become a habit of his. In truth, if he could have refused Sel's invite, he probably would have. Unfortunately, the environment only became more constrained over time because Sel didn't speak immediately. In fact, she seemed to be hesitating. After a while, she somewhat awkwardly puffed out her chest as though gathering her courage. Be honest with me. Why have you come here? Sel looked right at Lionel, ignoring Aina. In truth, the only reason she had called Aina here was because she hoped that whatever feelings Lionel had for Aina would cause him to go easier on her. Lionel stood in confusion before he suddenly understood. I know him from Earth, but I didn't hear anything about being unallowed to participate because of this. Was I not allowed? Sel froze. From Earth. What was that supposed to mean? Wait, I think I've heard of Earth before. It's a new world the higher-ups are really invested in, but what does that have to do with this air? What kind of game is he playing here? Aina stood aside, quite invested in Sel's answer as well. After all, she was from Earth too. The truth was that the reason she had a ticket to Durain in the first place was because she heard about Brave City. It had to be remembered that the only reason Lionel would ever come to Durain was because of Aina, and the only reason Aina was sent to Durain by Lionel in the first place was because she had the ticket to begin with. If she couldn't join the organization behind Brave City, she would have to change all of her plans. You really want to join us? Sel was speechless. Lionel frowned. He really couldn't understand what Sel was getting at. In truth, he didn't want to join any organization. Every single one he had to this point had left a bad taste in his mouth. Plus, he had just rejected Old Hutch's offer just a few months ago with the excuse that he didn't want to be under someone else's umbrella. If he joined another organization so quickly after this, he would feel a bit bad. That said, Lionel looked toward Aina. You want to join them? He asked. Aina blinked before nodding. Lionel smiled. Then I do too. His reply was simple, but it held quite some sharpness to it. It was very obvious that he was only doing so for Aina, yet it also seemed this was enough to firm his resolve to an immovable degree. It sounded like even if Sel tried to reject him now, he would fight her to the death for standing in his way. Sale was stunned for a moment before her eyes glowed. Could it be about that? Of course. How could I not think of that? Sale looked away and began mumbling to herself like a madwoman. She nibbled at her red lips, lost in her own thoughts. If it really is about that, then this could either be a great opportunity or a catastrophe. I can't make this decision on my own. Forget it. When the time comes, this will have little to nothing to do with me, anyway. I might as well reap some benefits now and worry about the trouble that might come later. Sel took a deep breath. All right, here you both go. Aina and Lionel started as they caught two glistening pieces of metal out of the air. When they flipped over their palms, they found that these metal pieces were actually two rings. Lionel looked down in confusion. Spatial ring? What's this? These rings have everything you need to be officially inducted as one of our members. Our uniforms and your identification tokens are all in there. But I should tell you that until you've gone to our headquarters with your tokens and have been properly registered, they are blank. So make sure to keep them safe until the time comes. Lionel was stunned. He sent his senses into the ring, and as expected, he found everything Sale spoke about. There were a pair of harem pants, a cloth that he assumed could work as the belt those three wore, and a heavy piece of neckwear also reminiscent of what those three wore. The only difference was that the belt cloth he received didn't have the embroidery those three had. In addition, his neckwear was a solid black that almost looked like unpolished iron. But wasn't there supposed to be a long trial? He half expected that he would have to put his life on the line several times just to get an invite to this organization. All for them to piss him off for some reason or another in a few months to eventually force him to leave them. That seemed to be the story of his life to now. Struggling just to earn some more struggling. He had never been expected to so suddenly be handed what all those geniuses of terrain were fighting tooth and nail for. What the hell was going on? Chapter 393. Lionel was quite speechless for a long while. Aina looked down at the ring in her hand before looking toward Lionel's side profile. Though she could sense how surprised Lionel was as well, she also felt that this had to do more with him than her. It left her feeling quite curious. But when she suddenly remembered Lionel's words from earlier, she blushed and looked away as though unwilling to acknowledge the fact that she had been curious in the first place. All right, I also forgot to mention the last thing. The ring also asks as a life-saving treasure, but it won't be activated quite yet. The first time it will activate is when the recruitment process is over. When that happens, the ring will glow. Once it begins to glow, you have a day to prepare. Within that day, you can activate the ring at any time and be transported directly to our core world. That's the place you will register. After the registration process is over, the ring will be able to function normally. As long as it's charged, or depending on the level to which it has been charged, it can teleport its wearer to either a random location within range or to a set location. Lionel was still quite absent-minded during this explanation, but he understood the gist of it. Regardless, for now, the abilities of the ring were useless to him until the registration process ended. Only then would it activate and begin to work normally. Is there no set date for the registration process to be over? Aina asked. About this. Sel sounded somewhat embarrassed. I will be honest. Normally, a place like Terrain wouldn't even be worthy of gaining one of our recruitment stations. But we've been forced to widen our net recently due to various circumstances. It's much easier on us if we bring everyone in at once. The cost is much less. So, until we meet a certain number of new recruits, we won't activate the formation. It will probably take between 1 to 3 years before the next mass teleportation. Sale coughed slightly and looked toward Lionel. It was only after seeing that Lionel didn't react much to this that she sighed a breath of relief. It seems that he cares more about this Aina's opinion than anything else. I should tell the higher-ups to focus on pleasing her, then, oh. Lionel's eyes suddenly brightened. Can you help me get rid of this thing? There must be certain privileges in being one of your members, right? Sale was stunned for a moment. When she focused on Lionel's forehead, she finally noticed the monitoring brand hidden slightly behind his Emperor brand. When she realized what Lionel was talking about, her expression became a bit weird. They dared to mark a member of the Morales family? They overestimated themselves a bit too much, didn't they? If one of those behemoths became enraged, who would take responsibility for it? Exactly. Sale shook her head. You probably got into a bit of trouble. But it makes sense he couldn't get rid of the brand. He's still a bit too weak to do that. Lionel was right. Even members of the organization behind Brave City couldn't be so casually branded without adequate reason, let alone a member of the Morales family. But Sale seemed to understand that Lionel was hiding himself away, likely to appear humble before Aina and not try to flaunt his status. So she simply nodded and her force surged. Regardless, since he was practically one of them now, it shouldn't be a problem. Since they only monitored Lionel to begin with, it shouldn't be a matter of life and death anyway. Lionel's pupils constricted when he felt Sale's strength. He was truly shocked for a while. In the blink of an eye, Lionel felt invisible shackles that had been around him shatter. Lionel suddenly felt much lighter and better than he had in a very long time. He took a deep breath. It felt as though all the force in the surroundings surged toward him as he smiled brightly. Thank you. This had been a looming darkness over Lionel for a long while. He suddenly felt much freer. Aina watched to the side with a puzzled expression. She wasn't sure what the monitoring brand meant. She also wondered how Lionel managed to get into more trouble than she did. Aina had quite literally slaughtered her way out of cities and hadn't ended up with such a brand. It could only be said that Lionel was truly unlucky. Lionel smiled cheerfully. I only have one more request. Can you help us leave this place secretly? Not long later, Lionel and Aina walked side by side out of Brave City. So many were focused on the proceedings that no one would notice until the preliminaries ended, that two of the participants had disappeared. But by then, several days would have passed. Do you have any plans until the ring activates? Lionel asked Aina, his smile never leaving his face. Aina shook her head lightly. Her main goal had been to join this organization. Now that she planned to just wait patiently. Even if she did so on terrain, it was unlikely anyone would bother her. After all, the status the two of them now had was quite high. Return to Earth with me. Aina's steps paused for a moment. Her heart was a bit hesitant. Not only did she not like Earth very much, she also didn't know how she felt about getting so close to Lionel again after she had just resolved herself not to. Though she now knew that Lionel could hold his own and that maybe his background wasn't so simple, this had never been the reason she tried to build a wall between them in the first place. But before she even went through a logical progression, she still found her head involuntarily nodding before she quickly shifted to shaking it. I just broke into the fourth dimension. I can't return to Earth by normal means. After saying this, she sighed a breath of relief. Yes, this was a very good reason. Hearing this, Lionel was slightly disappointed. He needed to return to Earth to deal with the Royal Blue Fort. He couldn't allow things to just continue like that without stepping in. He was still worried about what might be happening to his teammates. Lionel looked down at his ring and slipped it onto his finger, walking aimlessly forward. He couldn't just ignore the lies of his teammates just to follow beside Aina. There was a limit to how much he could place her as his first priority. Suddenly, Lionel froze. He looked down at his ring. He remembered, when he looked inside of it, its space was much larger than his spatial bracelet. When Lionel came to terrain, he noticed that his bracelet went from having a 2 cubic meter space to 1. But this spatial ring had a 10 cubic meter space. The segmented cube should be able to fit inside of it, even if there's a human inside. Lionel's eyes glowed, and he explained his idea to Aina. How about it? Lionel looked toward Aina expectantly. Aina's heart trembled beneath Lionel's gaze. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to say no. In fact, she felt somewhat warm inside. A treasure that could house a person? Just what level of secret was that? But Lionel didn't even hesitate to divulge it. Looking down toward the ground, her head nodded ever so slightly. Even with Lionel's senses, he almost missed it. But when he confirmed what he had seen, his grin took up half his face. Okay, let's go. We can pay them back for putting us in this mess to begin with. Lionel had no idea that while he was feeling the happiest, Shield Cross Stars had noticed the disappearance of his marking brand. Chapter 394. What happened? How is that possible? Finn abruptly stood, almost knocking his office table over. During the past several months, he and Thorn had been racking their brains, trying to figure out a way to pin Lionel into a corner. However, the longer they observed Lionel for, the more troublesome this matter seemed to become. By some magic, the refugee they had singled out suddenly became a vassal of the Kiefer family and even entered Brave City. Though their organization wasn't necessarily afraid of the powers behind Brave City, Scythe's hidden meaning during his talk with them already made it clear that they couldn't so boldly use the strength of Shield Cross stars. On top of this, even if they had the freedom to do as much, entering Brave City during the first phase would enrage all the powers of terrain, and entering during the second phase was all the more impossible. When they learned that Lionel had done this, they realized that their only chance was to wait for him to leave and then set a trap for him. The truth was that they didn't consider a possibility of Lionel being accepted as a member of this organization at all. After all, in the history of terrain, no one had ever managed to pass over the final hurdle. And those who had the best chance were on their second and final attempts, like Syl's elder brother and the other heirs. They thought that even if Lionel was talented, he would at least need a second attempt. But with their influence, he likely wouldn't even live to see it. Unfortunately, just as they had calmed themselves with this narrative, Lionel's monitoring brand vanished. Someone find out for me, as quickly as possible, what happened in Brave City. Finn barked. Due to Scythe's warning, Finn and Thorn didn't dare to get too close to the situation. As a result, they didn't even dare to personally monitor the situation of the third phase. Even sending someone to scout the situation was risky, but at this point, they no longer had a choice. Thorn met Finn's gaze from across the room, both of them holding a complex look on their visages. In order to get rid of that brand, someone exceptionally powerful within the fourth dimension or someone of the fifth dimension, in the very least, would have had to act. There shouldn't be anyone powerful enough on terrain to accomplish this feat. If there was, they were all old recluses that didn't casually travel out. This meant that the likeliest explanation was that Lionel had gotten help from those behind Brave City. And if that was the case, that made things much more complicated. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't a big deal. There was no need for that organization to communicate with them before freeing one of their own for monitoring. Since they hadn't labeled Lionel with having committed any egregious crimes, they were perfectly in the right. Suddenly, their hope of keeping these matters low profile had come back to bite them. Hours later, Finn and Thorn received the report they were waiting for, only to read it silently with ever-increasingly ugly expressions. Thinking back to their disdainful dismissal of Lionel, especially in the case of Finn, who sneered as Lionel was forced to sign his name, their jaws clenched. The two looked at one another. They knew they had no choice but to bring this to Scythe. Scythe read the report Finn, and Thorn brought him silently. But this very silence felt like a mountain weighing heavily on their chests. The longer Scythe remained like this, the greater this pressure grew. A long while later, Scythe placed the documents down. Have you two noticed anything interesting about this world? Finn and Thorn looked toward one another, confused about the question. Wasn't this supposed to be about Lionel? Why were they suddenly talking about terrain? Please enlighten us, Commander Scythe. Scythe's head tilted slightly as he observed the two before him. It didn't seem like a normal human quirk at all, when his pale skin and sunken eyes were taken into account. He looked like a predator watching his prey. His black eyes darted between their vital points, as though always calculating the fastest way to kill them. The feeling was like a coldness seeping into their veins. If you two really have no idea, I would be greatly disappointed. Finn and Thorn shivered, their teeth chattering. For some reason, it felt as though the temperature in the room had plummeted. Tell me, why is it that you detained this Lionel Morales in the first place? We detained him because of a tip given by a teleportation station attendee. Our organization's motto is to be a shield across the stars, but in order to do so, we need to work together with the local governments. The officials of terrain were worried about the sudden activity of a few fugitives, so we began to monitor anyone who looked suspicious. Thorn explained quickly. In fact, her response was so textbook that she forgot to take out things that Saya obviously knew already. But it just went to show just how nervous she was feeling. Saya looked back toward the documents on his desk casually. But his subtle action took a world of pressure off of the two of them, until he spoke his next words, that is, work together with the local government. Huh? For a small fee, though, is that right? Thorn and Finn froze, beads of sweat pouring down their faces and backs. All the words they wanted to speak got lodged in their throats, unable to form into proper sentences. Some corruption is inevitable in such a large organization. In fact, I would argue that it's necessary in many cases. But that doesn't give you license to be stupid. Such a big secret is looming over your heads, and you don't even realize that you're being used to keep it as such. Disappointing. Truly disappointing. Saya closed the documents once more and stood. By this point, Finn and Thorn were trembling uncontrollably. It felt as though there was only a thin string dangling from the tops of their heads to the ceilings above, stopping them from collapsing to their knees. There's no point in explaining these things to you. Since you haven't understood it by now, it will only be a waste of my time. Saya crossed his arms to his back and looked out toward the blank wall. His actions seemed to be out of habit, but the fact there was no view to see made it all seem somewhat odd. However, with the amount of fear the two officers were feeling, they didn't even pick up on this detail at all. The recruitment process of Valiant Heart Mountain won't finish for another 1 to 3 years. By then, there will be plenty of chances to complete what needs to be done. They'll have you to complete some preparations. I only hope you don't disappoint me again. Hearing these words, the two could no longer stand it and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as Saya strolled out from the hidden underground room. Chapter 395. Lionel was shocked by how easy it was for him to return to Earth. He had been looking over his shoulder the whole way. Yet not only did no one stop him, but the experience was surprisingly pleasant. Compared to what he experienced when he was branded like a slave, the difference was like night and day. He easily found the closest city by following the roads and avoiding danger using his vastly improved internal strength. Then, after paying a hefty fee, he was able to buy a ticket to use a teleportation platform. Lionel didn't have herb coins, but he did have a large amount of herb Oregon. This was what he relied on to constantly refine his body toward the perfection stage. Thankfully, the process of trading in herb ores for herb coins was exceptionally easy. There were a few government trade posts he could find within any city. Lionel was a bit surprised to find that herb ore was actually more valuable than herb coins. But after some thought, this made sense. Herb coins were usually only used by low-level worlds to make things convenient for their weaker citizens. In higher-level worlds, and especially in high-profile markets, auctions, and the like, most trades were completed with unrefined herb ores. In these cases, rather than using individual coins, the denominations were in kilograms of herb Oregon, thankfully. In regards to those of third and fourth dimensional worlds, Lionel was considered semi-wealthy. So, buying a single ticket to Earth wasn't a problem and also didn't even make much of a dent into his financial situation. If anything, refining his metal body was by far the largest expenditure. At Lionel's current level, even absorbing 10 kilograms worth of herb essence hardly budged the needle anymore. It seemed that reaching the perfection stage wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. Lionel wondered if he should try and trade up to bronze grade herb or to try and make a final breakthrough. But in the end, he decided against it. His recklessness had already almost killed him once this year. He didn't want to give the fates a chance to take him to the next world again. Not so soon after the last time, anyway. Of course, if others heard Lionel's thoughts, they would think he was a madman. If he really thought he had only tempted fate just once, he was crazier than even he knew. Lionel disappeared into the teleportation formation with no one realizing that he was a wanted criminal. The process for leaving a world was obviously much less involved than coming to it. Whatever problems he posed would be the issue of that world to deal with. Unfortunately, Lionel's good mood didn't last very long. He had forgotten one very important thing in all his excitement. Earth didn't have any teleportation pads. When Lionel appeared, he blankly stared at his surroundings. Wild winds whipped around him, black clouds rumbled above, thunderous booms and crackling lightning shook the skies. And he was falling from the skies. Lionel hardly reacted. He simply looked toward the black ocean waters he was hurtling toward at inconceivable speeds. This was the look of a defeated man. A man who was so used to his bad luck by now that he could only sigh. What were the odds that he would appear in the skies above the ocean? If Lionel thought about it, the likelihood was actually quite high. After all, 70% of Earth was nothing but vast waters. But it probably wasn't the smartest thing to do to tell a man down on his luck that his situation made sense. Luckily, Lionel reached out toward his spatial ring with a thought. In the blink of an eye, a black object appeared beneath his feet like a floating surfboard. Lionel smiled wildly. He had been waiting for an opportunity to use this treasure. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to use it on terrain for fear that he would be the subject of someone's greed. After all, this treasure was of the SSS grade and happened to be the ride Lionel had asked Uncle Montez for. The treasure had two modes, but both were only built for a single person to use. The surf mode, which Lionel was currently in, had the greatest degree of freedom for movement. It was nimble and shifty, but it sacrificed top-line speed in return. The second mode, Lionel poured his force into the surfboard as his fall slowed to a floating hover. Soon, the blackboard shifted, becoming a one-person shuttle. Lionel sat down, reaching out his hands and grabbing onto a butterfly steering wheel. Even if he wanted to, he didn't think he'd be able to stop the grin from spreading across his face. The shuttle mode was where the real speed lay. It took a minimal amount of force to output tremendous speed. If Lionel used normal force, he could probably round Earth in 6 hours at most. If he used light elemental force, that time plummeted to half of that. Of course, the shuttle lost nimbleness as a result. But in return, it was blazingly fast. Lionel pressed down on the pedal. The instant he did, a strong G-force tried to rip him apart, but his smile didn't fade. With the strength of his body, he could still handle it. A black-gold light streaked across Earth's water as the laughter of a teenage boy sounded beneath the rumbling clouds. Lionel easily made it to Earth's main continent. Aside from being a transportation vehicle, the shuttle could project a rough map of the world. Though it didn't have anything as detailed as city locations, it had enough about the geography. With Lionel's education, the geography was all he needed to find his way back to Royal Blue Province in just over an hour. In fact, he was a bit disappointed that the trip was so short. Lionel found a secluded region away from invalids. Due to the speed of the shuttle, any that sensed the force he used to propel his shuttle had long since been left behind, but he was still cautious. After burying himself deep underground, Lionel entered the segmented cube. Aina. Lionel didn't find Aina where he thought he would. But his sharp senses soon caught the sound of moving water. She's in a bathhouse. Lionel's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 396. Lionel willed himself to calm down, and he entered his own room, leaving Aina to herself. Now that he thought about it, he really had left her alone for quite a while. It made sense that she would find something to do. Who knew when the last time she had a time to relax was? Lionel couldn't help but smile. Back in the Jones zone, Aina never needed to bathe due to her military-type uniform. Its self-cleaning function made sure she wouldn't need to worry about it. So, this was the first time Lionel had experienced this sort of feeling. What started as him forcefully suppressing the lewd thoughts of a young man became him appreciating the sound of the moving water in a silent but sweet peace. It had become less about the fact Aina was washing herself and more about that she trusted him enough to do so. Maybe he was just overthinking it. There was always a chance that he was. But the thought still brought him peace of mind. "Oh, you're back. I hope you don't mind Aina's voice woke Lionel from his odd, peaceful state. He looked up toward her and smiled. The slight embarrassment on Aina's face made his smile somewhat brighter. He could see that she hadn't really thought about it before choosing to bathe here. Knowing Aina, if she had thought it through, she wouldn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. That realization only made him happier. It was like an unconditional trust even she wasn't aware she had for him. Lionel's brows raised as he stood from his bed and walked to the door he had left open. The swelling, it's gone down. Were the waters helpful to you? Lionel realized this immediately. Before, the swelling and inflammation of Aina's scars was quite bad. It was to the point that it seemed they might burst with a foul liquid at any moment. In fact, he could hardly see the features of her real face because of this. What Lionel didn't know was that this always happened after Aina used the effect of the curse to help her training. The impact was even more exaggerated after she ingested the fifth-dimensional abyss panther blood. Usually, it would take months for the swelling to eventually die down. But this time, it didn't seem to want to go away at all and left her in a perpetual state of pain and itchiness. Surprisingly, though, the cleansing waters of the segmented cube's abode setting quelled this swelling almost immediately. Aina lowered her head, avoiding Lionel's gaze. Lionel didn't mind this much at all. In fact, he was even happier that he could be of help. All of the water in the segmented cube comes out as cleansing waters. Take as much as you want to bathe or drink. Aina's eyes widened. I can't do that. It's too valuable. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Is it? This abode seems to make an endless supply of it. Aina was speechless toward Lionel's ignorance. She looked up with a glare Lionel was familiar with seeing. Usually, she only used this look when she was reprimanding him. Cleansing waters are incredibly rare. It can only be produced by a person with a very special innate water force node. Even for such a person, it's a hard task to form even a single cup of it. Other than that, it can only be produced naturally at the convergence of 7 purities. Lionel blinked, not really understanding what much of that meant, especially the 7 purities part. All he knew was that he used this water for everything from taking a bath to brushing his teeth to drinking a glass of water. In fact, though he didn't check for obvious reasons, he was pretty sure his toilet water was made of it too. Lionel waved a hand. Never mind that. Seriously, take as much as you want. There's no need to suffer in silence when I'm here. Aina's glare became somewhat vacant for a moment, as though she was shocked to hear such words. She stared blankly at Lionel, getting lost in her thoughts for a moment. Lionel met her gaze, as though trying to convey his meaning and determination through his eyes. After the swelling lessened, Lionel could see the true structure of Aina's face. He burned the image into his mind, not only because he was infatuated with her looks, but because this was the first time he was truly seeing the real her. This was the woman, in all his madness, that he had sworn to hitch his life to. Maybe to this day, he still didn't know the exact reason. But didn't they say that in this new world, the future could influence the past? Lionel liked to believe that maybe he was less crazy than many believed, and that an undying devotion his future self felt was what drove him now. However, this only gave Lionel motivation. What shook him to his core was maybe if it wasn't a future love that caused his current feelings, but a future regret. What if he lost Aina in the future? What if the feelings of hurt, anger, and helplessness were so powerful that they pierced through the veil of reality and returned to his younger self, driving him to not repeat the same mistake again? This was probably the first time Lionel even admitted these things to himself, but something was screaming to him that it wasn't just love that drove him to this level of madness. He had said it himself before. Hate drove far more than love did. Negativity fueled more than positivity. Evil disseminated far more than good. For Lionel to feel this way, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter of love. Lionel reached a hand toward Aina's face. The action shook her from her stupor. Her body involuntarily trembled as though wanting to take a step back, but for some odd reason, her feet seemed rooted in place. Lionel smiled a somewhat sad smile. It carried a weight that was far beyond his years, and an emotion that was far more complex than he was willing to feel. Seeing it, Aina felt as though she too had been thrust into an all-new world, one she also wasn't quite ready for. Lionel's hand brushed by Aina's face and touched her flowing black hair. A slight rush of force surrounded the two, and Aina, who had become completely lost in Lionel's smile, barely registered the fact the air had grown much hotter all of a sudden. In the blink of an eye, Aina's wet hair became dry, and Lionel retracted his hand. "Wouldn't want you to catch a cold, right?" Lionel grinned, his normal childish look returning. Whatever weight his gaze once held vanished, making Aina's knees feel somewhat weak. Out of her control, she fell forward only to be stopped by Lionel's broad chest. Lionel was stunned for a moment, but he didn't let her escape like she wanted to. His arms wrapped around her back, enveloping her small frame. Aina froze for a long while, but in the end, her small hands gripped the sides of Lionel's shirt. A peaceful silence took hold of the segmented cube. As the clouds continued to rumble and Earth seemed to become ever more chaotic, the two seemed oblivious. Chapter 397. Lionel almost couldn't refrain from laughing as he watched Aina run away like a frightened rabbit. Even a while after she had disappeared into the room she chose, he could still feel the softness of her frame. Behind the closed door, Aina slipped down to the floor, her face a beet shade of red. Her heart beat wildly and completely out of her control. It made her breathing seem somewhat erratic and anxious. The last time she had been so intimate with Lionel, her legs had been blown off. So, it was safe to say that she wasn't really thinking about how embarrassed she should or shouldn't have been. But this time, there wasn't such a looming elephant in the room. It was almost too much for her to bear. It was only a long while later that Aina's heart finally calmed. Ironically, it was because she could hear the same moving waters Lionel had just moments ago. Just listening to them made her feel the same peace Lionel had. Aina reached a hand toward one of her military pockets and pulled out a cracked bracelet. It was quite funny. Considering all the treasure she had, a mere C-grade defensive treasure was practically useless garbage. But other than her axe, this had been one of the only things she managed to hold on to in her injured state back then. She looked at the bracelet until the sudden end to the rushing waters woke her up. She quickly put it away, the hazy look in her eyes clearing. At that moment, a knock came from her door. Unsurprisingly, it was Lionel. He was the only other one in the abode setting to begin with. But what Aina hadn't expected was that when she opened the door, a black blur would suddenly pounce at her. Her first instinct was to reach for her axe, but she instantly realized that she had taken it off her back. She felt safe in this place, so she wasn't constantly on her guard. It wasn't long after that she realized that even if her axe had been on her back, she wouldn't have been able to get to it in time. This black blur was simply too fast. A strong force collided with Aina's chest, causing her to take a step back. But when she looked down, she found an adorable little mink using its small claws to latch onto a few of her countless pockets. Little Black Star, seemingly feeling a familiar intimacy with Aina through his connection with Lionel, treated her like a playmate too. Unfortunately, though Aina was stronger physically than Lionel, her Bodis defenses were far weaker. So, what would be a playful nudge to Lionel almost knocked Aina's breath away. Little Black Star, Lionel reprimanded. There wasn't much he could do about the little mink. The little guy was simply too fast. It also didn't help that Black Star treated Lionel like his pet rather than the other way around. This left Lionel feeling somewhat helpless. Aina took a deep breath to recover before looking down at the little mink. A light smile played her features as she slowly reached a hand forward to pat Black Star's small little head. "This is your beast partner?" Aina asked. "MHM." Lionel nodded. "The little guy is pretty powerful, but is too playful. I thought that he was growing more mature because he started to take more naps recently, but now he's back to his usual antics." Aina blinked curiously, gathering the adorable little mink in her arms. Black Star seemed to quickly realize that compared to around Lionel's neck and the top of his head, Aina's chest was the much more comfortable place to be. It wasn't long before the little guy showed no intention of returning. How did you manage to contract him? Well, Lionel scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. After some hesitation, he finally told the truth. Chew. Aina couldn't refrain from laughing, her light giggle tickling Lionel's eardrums. Hey, is there need to laugh so hard? We share a relationship of equals, Lionel said defiantly. MHM. Aina nodded, but continued to play with the little mink, a happy smile on her face. Lionel sighed as he watched this scene. It seemed that not only did he lose his beast partner to Aina's chest, he lost Aina to the little mink. Life truly wasn't fair. The next few moments between the two were quite peaceful. Within the dining area of the abode setting, Lionel brought out some of the foods he had bought before leaving Terrain. However, Lionel was shocked to find that Aina didn't only match him in how much she ate, but she even somewhat surpassed him. Lionel had spent months within a zone with Aina, but he hadn't noticed this before at all. After a while of thought, though, he understood, and when he did, he felt somewhat bad. In the Joan Zone, he and Aina had always hunted for their own food. Since he was the long-ranged attacker amongst the two of them, it obviously fell onto his shoulders. But he always only captured one beast. He would always take most of the beast and leave behind what he thought would fulfill Aina's appetite, not realizing that he was underfeeding her at all. This time, however, because he was curious about Terrain's cuisine. After all, this was the first time he was tasting another world's food. He had brought back way too much, thinking he could just store whatever was left within one of the snow globes to preserve it until next time. However, what he had never thought of was the possibility that between the two of them, clearing out such a large amount of food was a simple task. Learning this about Aina didn't make Lionel like her any less. In fact, he felt happy once again because he was learning more and more about her the longer he spent with her. He didn't apologize for his mistakes in the past. He just etched this into his mind. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. At the same time, he made a mental note to be more observant in the future. For whatever reason, Aina didn't seem to like to divulge such things openly. It would be up to him to decode this beauty. HM. Aina looked up with a cute and innocent look in her eye. But contrasted with the massive beast leg she held in her hand, Lionel couldn't help but smile at the adorable image. Though the beast leg was larger than half Aina's body, Lionel was certain that it would probably only take Aina half an hour at most to wipe it clean. Lionel shook his head. We should talk about the fort and how to approach it, Lionel said. Aina paused mid-bite. The truth was that she too wanted to take down Royal Blue Fort. She also had friends within. But they had to think of the normal citizens as well. If things devolved the way it did last time, they would be doing more harm than good. So, how should they do things this time? Chapter 398. Royal Blue Fort situation was more complex than Lionel knew. In truth, there were many things that Lionel hadn't thoroughly thought through until he had a conversation with Aina. For one, what purpose was he truly trying to accomplish? Acting against Royal Blue Fort, even if it was just to kill a junior Governor Duke, was no less than an act of war. At this point, Lionel would be truly setting himself as the lifelong enemy of the Empire no matter how one looked at it. Beyond this, after killing the junior Governor Duke, how would things proceed from there? Who would take leadership of the people who would be left behind? Would the Empire treat them all as rebels if they chose to follow Lionel? Did Lionel even want to lead them? It wasn't that Lionel was too unintelligent to think of these things. It was rather that he was still too immature. He cared more about paying the junior Governor Duke back for harming Aina and slighting himself than he cared about the consequences his revenge would bring. This was the true reason Aina wasn't as enthusiastic about Lionel's plans to begin with. She had even initially rejected Lionel's suggestions. But for some reason, in the end, she couldn't bear to say no after Lionel brought up the segmented cube plan. Still, she had no choice but to douse some cold water over Lionel's dreams. After talking some reason into Lionel, they decided on a plan. First, they would scout out the situation. With their abilities, it wouldn't be a problem to observe the fort from afar. Even slipping into the core of the city protected by the junior Governor Duke's illusion ability wouldn't be an issue. If they found that their friends and their families were struggling, they would use the snow globes to take them in and escape the city. They would then bring them to another fort in a new province. This last part of the plan was a bit more difficult to pull off. After all, the Empire had strict monitoring standards. But they had the perfect excuse for this as well. One had to remember the right to autonomy amendment of the Ascension Empire. As long as they had a valid excuse for breaking the law, they would be in the right. There was really no better valid excuse for escaping one's fort than the fact one's junior governor Duke bombed his own citizens, of course. Lionel still planned to kill the junior governor Duke one way or another. Even if he died, there were several other nobles there to take charge. It's just that he would be covert about his actions so as not to implicate his friends. With this more level-headed plan, Aina and Lionel made their way to Royal Blue Fort. However, they hadn't expected to find the scene they did after approaching. Since the appearance of Camelot in the skies, Earth's climate had taken a massive hit. The poles seemed to flip, the magnetic field was out of whack, and there wasn't a single peaceful inch of Earth left. The common people didn't know what was happening, but the higher-ups were shocked by the sudden appearance of a second moon. Unfortunately, the only person who knew exactly what was happening, Lionel, had washed his hands of the matter. Luckily, there was still the Slayer Legion and the Aderna family who had an inkling of what was going on. That said, being aware of what was happening wasn't quite enough. Earth no longer had the means to calm this situation. Had this happened before the metamorphosis, the Empire might still have some means of stabilizing the climate. But with the interference of force, not only was technology interrupted from functioning properly, but the weather was even more volatile than it would be otherwise. Royal Blue Province was a coastal continent near the equator. As such, it experienced tropical weather all year round. But now, it was buried beneath several feet of snow. Though it wasn't bone-chillingly cold, this made the situation far worse. The snow fell as an almost half-water, half-snow combination, making the layering of the white precipitation quite heavy. In addition, where it wasn't heavy, it was exceptionally slippery. Sheets of ice covered everything. Even the tall fort walls were covered with an ever-thickening layer of ice. Caught completely off guard by the sudden changes, the Royal Blue Fort was scrambling. The good news was that after several months of dealing with these conditions, the fort had finally managed to find methods of combating this situation. The bad news, however, was that this wasn't the end of their problems. It had to be remembered that the appearance of Camelot wasn't just a matter of climate change. The most important point was that Earth's path toward the fourth dimension had been accelerated by several times over. The truth was that Earth had already cleared enough zones. Lionel knew that Earth's progress had to be great because he didn't receive his usual reward for being the first to clear an SS grade zone. This meant that someone else had to have succeeded before he had. This should have been a great thing, but it was very much not for two reasons. The first was that the Empire had yet to finish consolidating its strength. And the second was that the activity of invalids and beasts likewise skyrocketed. When Aina and Lionel found a collapsed building to observe the Royal Blue Fort from, they were shocked to find a horde of invalids surrounding it. Is that possible? Lionel's eyes widened. Amidst the horde, Lionel picked out several SS grade and SSS grade invalids. Each of them had strength he couldn't have hoped to match up against before he entered the Camelot zone. Facing such a horde, he would have had no choice but to turn tail and run away as fast as he could. In order to fight them off, Royal Blue Fort was using its tall steel walls and an endless barrage of bombs. If not for Earth's technology, the fort would have long since been overrun. But this wasn't what shocked Lionel the most. That's a variant invalid, Aina said softly. In the distance, Lionel locked onto an invalid dressed in all white. Its skin was as white as snow, its hair as white as bone, its robes as white as clouds. The only thing on its body that wasn't a blinding white were its piercing blue irises. Lionel was shocked. From what he knew, all invalids had white irises. But this one, a flood of memories were pulled from the depths of Lionel's mind. Variant invalids. They were invalids who managed to recover their intelligence. However, due to the fact their awakening was so much more difficult, they were far more powerful than their human counterparts. And maybe the most shocking part of their abilities was that they could lead other invalids. Lionel was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't notice Aina's jaw clenched tightly, her small hands trembling slightly. Her reaction to this variant invalid seemed much too strong. Maybe only those who knew the legends of the Mountain Sands range she had escaped from might know why. Chapter 399. Lionel frowned, his gaze landing on Aina. Seeing her odd reaction, his heart constricted. One would have thought that her reaction was his own. To Lionel, though, Aina's happiness was practically linked to himself. Aina shook out of her thoughts, hearing Lionel's voice. "What's wrong?" Aina shook her head and fell into silence, her body returning to normal. The little mink nestled closer to her, his little face rubbing against Aina's. In truth, Lionel almost didn't notice Aina's weird reactions. If it wasn't for his connection with the little mink, he likely would have missed it entirely. The irony of it all wasn't lost to him, especially when he said he would pay more attention to her. Lionel's frown deepened. His gaze shifted from Aina to the variant invalid and back again. Is it that thing? But Aina shouldn't have met this thing before. It could be said that with the exception of the time he spent within the Mind Zone, Lionel had spent practically all his time on Earth since invalids had appeared with Aina. In addition, when he was in the Mind Zone, Aina had either been unconscious or within her own zone. Since invalids didn't appear within zones, at least with Lionel's current comprehension, it was impossible that Aina had met this variant invalid. Of course, this was all deduced under the speculation that Earth didn't have invalids before the metamorphosis descended. Lionel felt that this was a fine assumption to make, even when considering the fact Aina came from a hidden family of Earth. Invalids were just humans who failed to awaken their abilities and thus lost their consciousness. Variant invalids were just invalids who managed to reawaken their consciousnesses. But by then, they would no longer be the version of themselves they once were. Unless, does Aina know this invalid from when it was a human? Lionel pouted slightly, mostly because from what he could see, despite the odd coloration of its skin, this variant invalid was quite a handsome young man. Lionel shook his head. This wasn't the time to be thinking of such things. He looked back toward Aina. "Do you want to leave and come back another time?" From the flow of battle. "I doubt that this invalid horde will be able to breach the walls during this wave. They'll likely need 2 or 3 more attempts." Aina looked toward Lionel. She could tell that Lionel sensed something amiss about her reaction earlier and wanted to take some pressure off of her. But no. Aina's voice came out somewhat coldly. In fact, her demeanor somewhat shocked Lionel. She sounded as though he had said something to enrage her. Aina looked away from Lionel's surprised gaze, not saying anything further. The little mink peeked over her shoulder as she faced away, sticking out his little pink tongue toward Lionel. Lionel was really at a loss this time. Miles Luem. His life should have been perfect. He was the heir to one of the few, most powerful families of Earth. He was already given the Junior Governor Duke title by his father. He awakened an S-grade ability that granted him power and strength in addition to the status he was born with. However, ever since that matter of several months ago, everything had been going downhill. He had expected that upon reporting these matters to his father, he would gain control of the resources he needed to hunt Lionel down and end all of this. But not only did he not gain the support he expected, his power in the province was restricted even more than it originally was. As things stood now, Secretary Marquisette Maya was effectively the leader of the province, despite the fact she never seemed to be around. Despite this, she somehow managed to oversee everything, and even the small tricks he tried to play to gain back power were snuffed out by her with a casual thought. Miles could hardly believe it all. His father had actually chosen to abandon his heir in favor of an old woman masquerading as a young beauty. Maybe the worst part about all of this was that he was slowly being ostracized. Due to the matter of embalming his own citizens, a scapegoat needed to be trotted out. Miles understood this, It was just that he never expected that the scapegoat would actually be himself. The nobles painted him as an immature, rash individual who was too young to be fit to lead, or ever lead for that matter. This caused him to lose a great amount of influence. This would have been fine under normal conditions. After all, the title of Duke was hereditary, at least historically. The issue was that the title of Governor Duke wasn't so simple. During the transition of power between father and son, though Miles would have an inside track as his father's chosen heir, he would still need to fend off competitors. This blend of hereditary titles and democracy was how the Empire continued to breed talents. Though one will be hard-pressed to say that the Empire were the good guys, one thing you couldn't say was that it had incompetent nobles. Any family that raised incompetent heirs would just as quickly lose their status as nobles. Due to this, there were no shortage of prosperous, once royal, families looking to claw their way back up to the top. So, a position like Miles was constantly being eyed. It was no surprise then that Miles was racking his brain, trying to find a way to claim back what was his. But, rather than good news, everything only became worse. Just a few months ago, he learned that Maya was pregnant. Back on 21st century Earth, this would mean the end of a woman's career for at least a couple months. However, in modern times, it was as easy as breathing for Maya to have her embryo transplanted out of her body and into a machine that could nurture her baby far better than even her own body could. This seemed like a useless tidbit of information, but Miles was almost certain that this child was his father's. If his conjectures were correct, he was finished. This reality left Miles, who once sat atop of the world, in a tailspin. Chapter 400. Children were rare. After the metamorphosis, those children who had been born before descended were highly likely to die. And, during the metamorphosis, who had time to have children? Many were too busy fighting for their lives. And, even when they wanted to lose themselves in pleasure with a partner, who would want to bring a child into this world? The contraceptive methods of these modern times were so good that 100% effectiveness wouldn't be an exaggeration in the slightest. However, it was precisely because of this that many had forgotten one important detail. As talented as the children born before the metamorphosis were, how much more talented would the ones being born after it be? Miles had awakened an S-grade talent. His father was a variant. Secretary Marquisette Maya had awakened a grade talent. With the genes this child would have, Miles had little faith that this baby would be untalented. In fact, there was a good chance that this half-brother of his would be far more talented than himself. Miles realized something else as well. Originally, his father was slowly fading out of his prime. It wouldn't have been more than a decade or two before he was forced to hand down his position. But in this new world order, his father might even live doubly as long as he once would have. Under such conditions, why would he have to rush to pick an heir? All of these matters made Miles feel as though the walls were crashing down upon him. No matter what he did, he was forced into a deeper and deeper corner. He lost contact with his biological mother. His father's conversations with him were short and detached. And even his friendship with Simeon and the connection he had gained to the hidden families seemed strained now. It was at his darkest hour that Earth suddenly descended into chaos and the invalids began to attack. At first they repelled them and thought that would be the end of it. However, a first wave became a second and a third. It was then they realized that invalids shouldn't have a concept of retreat. The only way for them to repel a wave would be by killing them all, but obviously they hadn't done so. At this point, they came to the shocking realization that these invalids were being controlled. For the first time, Miles saw a lit pathway out of his current situation. The more chaotic it became, the greater chance he would have. If he could use this opportunity to not only fix his image, but to also find an opportunity to find where Maya was hiding her embryo to kill it before it grew, he might have a chance at recovering in his father's eye. Maya might have held all the status now, but her ability was absolutely useless in combat. All she could do was maintain her youthful looks. Her combat prowess was worse than even someone with an F-grade ability. This sort of situation was the perfect time for Miles to seize control. But he needed an opportunity. If he acted too fast and without cause, his actions would end up being more of an impediment to what he was doing. If he wanted to turn things around, he had to be patient. So that was what he did. Day after day, he waited, not lifting a finger. At this point, even those nobles who had expected him to make a move by now couldn't help but grow curious about what his plans were. But Miles continued to bide his time. From the actions of this variant invalid, he could tell that it wanted this fort. As for the reason it wanted it, Miles wasn't sure. Maybe it wanted the population of humans within. Maybe it wanted to use this place as a base to consolidate its power. Or maybe it was a combination of both. But regardless, as long as this variant was persistent, that was all that mattered to Miles. At that moment, during what was the third wave, Miles sat in his office. Even though he was safely tucked away near the core of the city, he could still hear the bombardment of the military units. He sat silently, sipping a cup of tea. "Come in," he said, neither too quickly nor slowly. Something about his demeanor breathed calm into his surroundings. Even when pressed into a corner, he still maintained the air of a noble. With a light click, the door opened to reveal a familiar young man. If Lionel was here to see his tall frame and playboy-like features, he would immediately recognize this young man as his former best friend, James. "Do you have something to report?" Miles took another sip of his tea. Though his words were measured and calm, there was a hint of warning within them. He was trying to maintain a low profile. Having meetings like this might be fine since both he and James were both youths of similar age. But if they happened too frequently and without reason, others would begin to raise their guards. James calmly faced Miles. In comparison to Finn and Thorn, who had been quaking before their superiors, he was clearly a large measure better in this regard. "My father sent me here to report that the Noble Council is beginning to think of more unconventional strategies to deal with the Horde once and for all. If things continue like this, the variant invalid will only continue to regroup and attack. During these discussions, the potential of using your abilities to set up a wide-range illusion field came up." Miles' gaze sharpened. "Who brought this topic up?" "There's no need to worry, Junior Governor Duke. It wasn't my father who brought this idea forward." Good. Miles' lip curled. If it was one of his potential allies that brought this idea forward, there wouldn't have been much of a point in him lying low for so long. Allowing things to progress organically in this fashion was for the best. And Secretary Marquisette Maya's opinion? She was once again absent of the council gathering. James replied. Miles' brow furrowed slightly. He didn't know why Maya was always disappearing like this, but this was ultimately good for him. He didn't know how she managed to keep a rein on power while being absent so frequently, but Miles was certain she wouldn't be able to replicate this indefinitely. Eventually, she would pay a price for her absence. All right, leave things as is for now. Don't push too hard unnecessarily. You can go. James nodded and turned to leave. Hold on, Miles suddenly called out. The matter of Conrad Siegfried. James froze, but didn't reply, waiting for what Miles wanted to say. If Lionel had been there, he would have immediately recognized this name. Conrad. He was the same man who almost dropped James out of a window, and the very same man Aina killed with her own hands right before Lionel. We put a lot of effort to pull in that wastrel from the Siegfried family, but he ended up dying. Miles said plainly. In the past, it didn't matter much. Becoming allies with the White Angel Province's Governor Duke family might have been a plus, but not a necessity. But now, it's far more important than it once was. To now, the Siegfried family still doesn't know how their son died, right? Miles asked slowly. James shook his head. They didn't know. To now, they probably still thought Conrad died in a zone or beneath the claws of some invalids. But it went to show how little they cared about this son. Despite knowing the metamorphosis was coming, they didn't even stop him from playing in the national championship game. You said that he was killed by that Aina girl the Simeon came to get, right? A smile creeped up on Miles' face. The Brazinger family wanted to abandon him. Huh? Since that was the case, had spin a nice little web. For such a powerful family, such a thing would hardly be enough to inconvenience them. In normal times, that is. Miles knew some things many didn't do to his relationship with Simeon. He might as well use them to his advantage. James nodded somewhat more stiffly this time and turned to leave again. This time, Miles didn't stop him. Soon, the third wave ended, and days later, the fourth began. Without a choice, the Council of Nobles called Miles forward. The junior Governor Duke took his first step toward reclaiming his lost status. Chapter 4:01. Miles stood atop the royal blue fort walls, taking a deep breath. To him, the air felt fresher than it had in a long time. Though he was a youth used to warm weather, there was something about this heavy snow that made him smile. At that moment, Miles suddenly felt a cold shiver tremble his heart. His eyes snapped in a certain direction, only to find a blue-eyed variant looking toward him, a quirky smile curving its lips. The look in combination with its inhumanly white skin and hair made Miles' gaze narrowed. This invalid was teasing him? All this time, the variant invalid had never made a move to attack personally. It stood at the back of the army, casually observing everything from afar. Of course, this wasn't for lack of attempts by the fort. However, any targeted assault toward the variant invalid seemed to always lead in failure. It simply had too many guards around it. The most powerful warriors of this invalid army were all definitely concentrated around this white-skinned invalid. Begin the bombardment sequence. Miles maintained eye contact with the invalid as he barked out this order coldly. In truth, he wasn't the commander of this mission, but he took charge. The general that was meant to act the head, and the soldiers beneath him wouldn't dare to ignore his commands regardless. Since that was the case, he exuded an air of superiority, speaking with an undeniable air of leadership. The cannons were to life. Due to the situation, they had deployed the force disruption towers in the outer city as well. Compared to the past, their weaponry couldn't even be compared as night and day. Bang! 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 A volley soared through the air, leaving a trail of black smoke and burning winds in its wake. Thousands of invalids were taken out with every shot. It would have been a massacre that chilled the hearts had it not been for the fact these mindless beasts didn't even seem to register the fall of their comrades. They only continued to listen to the orders of their leader, charging forward without thought of fatigue, pain, or unwillingness. However, the point of this volley wasn't to wipe them all out to begin with. Open the gates. Miles issued his second command, seeing that they had cleared out enough space. Beneath the city wall, a troop of soldiers stood with hardened faces. This was the first time a legion was being sent out to deal with the invalids directly. How could they not be serious? Among this troop, there were a few familiar faces, though. Within the vanguard, there was a large man with sharp features. Despite his large belly, his body exuded a solid and powerful feeling. He was the kind of man who rippled with muscles despite the fat that covered most of his body. This man was Milan, Lionel's center. Anyone who understood the rules of ancient game of American football knew how close the relationship between a quarterback and his center was. However, it had already been almost a year since the last time Lionel had seen the big guy. In that time, he had grown. Milan's usually jovial smile was nowhere to be seen. His gaze exuded a cold light, the same cold that glowed when he faced the defensive line of the opposing team on the football field. Beside Milan, there was a second familiar face. He was a tall black man wielded a halberd with a 2-meter-long polearm. He had had not just a few battles with Lionel during their practice sessions back at Royal Blue Academy. While Milan's jovial laughter was nowhere to be seen, Joel's kind gaze had vanished as well. He looked like a hunter prowling tall grasses for his prey. Behind these two, several of Lionel's teammates stood, having regrouped. The aura they all exuded was suffocating. After years playing beneath Lionel's leadership, their sharpness was refined to inconceivable levels. Even now, facing enemies the likes of which they never had before, they still moved as one. All this time, Miles was forced to lay low, dealing with his own problems. When could he have had time to cause trouble for Lionel's teammates and friends? However, it was impossible for the former Royal Blue squad to know of this. Having lost their connection to James, their understanding of the nobles had plummeted. As a result, they took preemptive action to protect themselves. Though they were still a bit young to do so, they all joined the army. No matter how bold Miles was, he wouldn't dare to casually take action against service members. The backlash he would receive in doing so would be far beyond anything he was enduring now. So, here they were, facing the opening gates of the fort, their auras resonating as one. In a distant corner of the city, Yuri watched all of this in silence. No one had time to bother with a teenage girl after Aina and Lionel disappeared. In fact, she remained in the same home within the core city she had once shared with Aina. It was as though everyone had forgotten about her. She waited patiently, seemingly knowing that Aina would be back to get her eventually. Bang! The gates suddenly stopped moving. Charge! Milan's voice billowed, his belly rumbling with an inconceivable strength as he projected an air of confidence. The troops of about 100 shot out like an iron ball out of barrel. Joel lowered his halberd to the ground. Pulling out a handgun from his waist, he fired. His gaze tinged a slight red as he mowed down invalids with a cold efficiency. If a football fan saw him in his current state, they'd roar out that Headhunter Joel had returned. Every one of his bullets traveled through an invalid's head, his speed causing one's heart to tremble. Milan stood at the helm of the troops, his chest and belly flaring outward. A towering energy shield appeared before their vanguard, protecting them from all sorts of long-range ability invalids. A third of Lionel's teammates stepped forward. He was a man even larger than Milan. He stood a full head taller, but his body didn't ripple with muscle like the latter's. In fact, any ripple that could only be described as undulating fat, waving about his body like a tsunami. This teammate had brown skin and a red line down his forehead. He was the left tackle of the Royal Blue football team, the protector of Lionel's blind side, Raj. He stamped down a foot hard, causing the ground to undulate. At that moment, the thick sheets of ice shattered, clearing the path of slippery death traps and causing several invalids to lose their footing. Forward, Milan roared. From the top of the city walls, Miles watched all of this with narrowed eyes. The truth was that he didn't even know who these men were. In his mind, he was only thinking about how to bring such a powerful squad under his control. Having no idea why such a squad was formed in the first place, Miles placed this thought to the back of his mind. It was time for him to act. First phase is complete. Commence with the second. Chapter 4:02. Miles stepped to the edge of the walls, taking a deep breath. A strong surge of force whipped around him, forming rainbow-colored clouds around his body. The rainbow clouds continued to grow in size, blanketing the area around Miles at ever-increasing speeds. As the battle below raged on, it was hard for anyone to take notice of such a phenomenon. Many weren't qualified to do so. Though rainbow clouds should have been something that captured the awe of all, the truth was that most didn't have the affinity necessary to sense them because they were formed of dream force. By this point, it couldn't be more obvious why it was that Miles' ability was useless against Lionel. The former had an ability reliant on a force that practically bowed down to the latter. The clouds eventually grew from covering just a few tens of meters to over several hundred. Very quickly, it covered over a kilometer. Miles had been able to cast an illusion over tens of kilometers worth of city. This much was most definitely possible for him. The only question was whether or not he would have the time he needed to do it. But there were two things working in his favor. The first was the invalids were too far from him, and most of them likely weren't even aware of what he was doing. And the second reason was as the descent of the fourth dimension accelerated toward completion, Miles could slowly feel his ability strengthening and growing. Now, whereas it would have taken him several hours to reach this level in the past, it only took him a little over half an hour to reach this point. Miles' gaze flashed open. The troops below were still battling, but they had fallen into a stalemate. But this was perfect. This was exactly the situation they wanted. The reason they were in a stalemate wasn't because their momentum had stalled, but rather because they were pacing themselves to maintain their stamina for a final push. Within the vanguard, Milan, Joel, and Raj manned the core. Joel became their main source of attack. Milan was their defense. and Raj was their crowd control. They worked together seamlessly, waiting for the perfect opportunity to lash out. On the football field, and in any sport for that matter, momentum was an important but abstract concept. Yet, as a team that rarely, if ever, lost, the Royal Blue Squad had a perfect grasp of it. When it was time, they would be ready. The rainbow clouds blanketed the battlefield at that very moment. For the first time, the troops could see them clearly. The invalids began to act erratically, their senses being completely cut off. Miles' ability had many different uses. Just like Simeon, he was able to slowly learn about it over time and refine it. Though he could weave intricate illusions, doing so used too much of his stamina and took even more time. However, if he broke down the illusions into their individual parts, he was able to gain sometimes even better results for a smaller sacrifice. For example, it was possible for him to target particular senses. In order for an illusion to work, Miles had to ensure that all 5 senses were accounted for. Whether it was touch, smell, sight, it all had to be perfect, or else the illusion could collapse. But, likewise, this meant that Miles could hone in on specific parameters and tweak them to his liking. He could target touch and make the same amount of pain feel 10 times worse. He could target scent and force even the most veteran of hunting dogs into a corner. He could target sight and make a person feel as though they had been blinded, never to see anything ever again. This was what abilities could do. The possibilities were endless as long as one had the creativity and talent to accomplish it. When Miles' experiments were taken to their logical extreme, he created an entirely new technique, and he called it sensory domain. Miles' gaze blazed. Within his sensory domain, everyone was under his control. He could strip a person of all their feeling. Their sense of touch, sight, hearing, smell, and even taste, he could snatch them all. And that was exactly what he did. In that instant, the invalids became a complete mess. They couldn't see what enemies they were targeting. They couldn't hear where they were coming from, either. Only those who had relatively sharp senses could use their sense of force to make out where the troops were and target a general direction. But even then, there were too few of them. If I could cut a proprioception and the ability to sense force, I would be undefeatable. Author's note: proprioception is the ability of a person to tell where their body parts are in relation to one another. If someone lost this ability, even walking would be impossible. Doing practically anything would be impossible, actually. Well, not impossible, just very, very, very difficult. Miles' ambitions seemed endless. Even with such a powerful ability, he wasn't satisfied. However, he had done his part. Commence Phase 3. Miles barked out order after order. Everything was going smoothly. In fact, any dissatisfaction the commander had had after having his post stolen was wiped away. Miles' commands were perfect and well-timed. It was clear that there were no pushovers among noble heirs. The fort gates opened once again. But this time a workers' crew of engineers shot out instead of a group of warriors. They all hung on to the sides of trucks packed to the brim with several steel cases. The trucks came to a stop quickly, and the engineers all rushed out, opening box after box. Very soon, it became obvious what they were doing. They were building something. Those with the knowledge could tell exactly what these somethings were, as well force disruption towers. If the third phase succeeded, the Invalid Army would be finished. Having to face the brunt of human technology without force only led toward one path: death. Chapter 4:03. The engineers got to work with an avid quickness. Though they were assured that everything was under control, these men and women were ultimately used to lives spent in labs and private workstations. Something like a battlefield was completely foreign to them. Though they had had some run-ins with danger on their way to the fort, it had already been over a year since then. They had gotten used to their lives of comfort and leisure again. Many of them weren't even willing to be here. But they had lost the luck of the draw, so this was their only remaining option. It was no surprise, then, that many of them would be shaking and quaking as they worked. But luckily, there was the vanguard of troops protecting them from all sides. As they noticed they weren't in any danger, they were able to work faster and faster. In the distance, Lionel and Aina watched all of this in silence. It had already been a few days since they began to monitor the fort, so they were quite used to the flow of things. However, this plan the fort sprung was completely out of their expectations as well. Aina seemed to still be mad at Lionel and spent all her time cuddling with little Black Star. As though that wasn't bad enough, even little Tolly betrayed him as well. Usually, little Tolly could only interact with Lionel due to the hazard it presented. But who knew when the little guy got intelligent enough to steal Lionel's Force-crafter gloves and pass them over toward Aina? Somehow, both his partners favored Aina more than him. Though Aina was still mad at him, Lionel couldn't help but chuckle at this. Didn't this just mean he had excellent taste? Of course his woman would be beloved by all. Lionel's breath hitched when Aina turned back to glare at him. It couldn't be that she heard his thoughts, right? Her gaze seemed to spit fire, as though saying, "Who's your woman?" Lionel's father had always warned him that a woman's intuition was scary, but he never really believed it. Back then, Lionel thought his mother had ditched them, so he never trusted his father when it came to advice about women. What would an old man who couldn't even keep his own wife know about that topic? Now that Lionel thought about it, his old man had told him a long time ago to stop confessing to Aina and that she probably thought he was annoying. Eventually, he just started making fun of him for all his failures. Damned old man, Lionel thought to himself while smiling innocently toward Aina. Suddenly, Lionel frowned. Milan, Joel, Raj. Lionel's jaw turned steely. Aina seemed to sense the change in Lionel's demeanor and looked toward the battlefield. At that moment, the gate was opening and a few familiar faces charged out. In the past, Aina had only ever gone to a single one of Lionel's games. And even if she had gone to more, everyone on the team wore helmets most of the time. So, she didn't recognize most of them. However, Milan and Joel had been with them on their trip toward the fort. Seeing them, she immediately knew what Lionel was thinking. Did Miles force them to do this? Lionel's expression became cold. His gaze locked onto the battlefield, not moving a single inch away. Even the smallest detail didn't escape his sights. A pressure slowly built around his body, but he didn't make a move. What if Miles acted like he had before and forgot everything for the sake of killing him? Even if Lionel himself might be able to survive the bombardment now, that didn't mean that he would always be able to. In addition, what about the others? So Lionel waited. When he saw the engineers come out and begin to build the force-disrupting towers, he took note of it all. To his side, Aina rose from her squat near the ground. On her back, the massive curved box that carried her axe was there. But, in her hands, a great sword took the stage as her main weapon. Something told her she would have to move soon. On the ground, the battle had fallen into a state of one-sided dominance. However, Milan controlled the pace of the vanguard, not allowing them to rush forward without reason. Their main priority was to protect the engineers. Once the towers were complete, they'd be able to drown these invalids in bullets of the highest quality. The morale of the troops were exceptionally high. Their casualties were near zero, and the engineers looked as though they might finish at any time. The longer they worked, the more comfortable they got, and the faster they moved. However, all this time, Milan felt an itchiness to the back of his neck. It was the same feeling he got when the opponent was coming with a sudden exotic blitz. As the center of a football team, it was his job to point out protections and adjust to the onslaught of the opponent. In some cases, his decision trumped even Lionel's. They say that the quarterback was the most important position on the field, but the offensive line was the most important group on the field. Defensive positions, Milan roared, his rounded gut becoming almost like a steel cap. It flexed with such power that it seemed he wanted to break through Miles' sensory block. The head of the vanguard was mostly constructed of Lionel's teammates. Hearing such words, they didn't hesitate to move. Their influence caused others to listen as well. There were only very few who lagged behind, but even they rushed over as they followed with the crowd. Milan had been the anchor to their defenses all this time. There was no way they would snub his command without reason or cause. At that moment, on the top of the walls, Miles, who had been quietly observing everything, suddenly felt uncomfortable as well, because The variant invalid's smile still hadn't faded. In fact, it continued to look at him from start to finish, as though observing something that made it curious. The white-skinned invalid's smile suddenly became a grin. Its handsome face distorted, revealing a jagged row of teeth. Its mouth outgrew its body in the blink of an eye. Soon after, its entire body more, enlarging and sprouting what felt like mountains of white fur. What once was a handsome young man became a towering wolf that was easily half the height of the tall steel walls of the Royal Blue Fort. Its jagged teeth shone beneath the drifting snow. Roar! The snowy ground quaked, and the snowfall became 10 times heavier. Whipping cold winds tore through the surroundings, kicking up even the wet snow and sending it jetting outward. It took just a single roar, and just like that, Miles' sensory domain collapsed. Chapter 404. Milan's expression hardened. The lost invalids suddenly grew focused once more. Whereas they hadn't had any direction in the past, they could now see their targets. Miles hadn't expected such a thing to happen. He had thought that his ability was infallible. He had considered the possibility that his ability could be ignored by some powerful existences with stronger minds. But he had never thought that it would be possible to dispel its effects on others in this fashion. In truth, this lack of preparation could only be blamed on Miles himself. Ultimately, any force-based ability was reliant on force to manifest itself, obviously. In such a case, this meant that a greater force could always force it to collapse. One might think of how scared others were of the Dream Abode in Brave City and assume Dream Force to be infallible, but this couldn't have been further from the case. The reason even emperors without the appropriate affinity didn't dare to approach the Dream Abode wasn't because of the Dream Force alone, per se, but rather because of its sheer quantity. The abode represented a vast store of Dream Force. Even Lionel, with his talent, couldn't even begin to deplete it during his breakthrough, let alone someone without an affinity to speak of, or a person with a much weaker affinity like Miles. However, if Lionel were to try to replicate the abilities of the Dream Abode himself, without its support, he would end up dying from exhaustion before he could cause the likes of Anared or Gilnea to feel threatened. And in such a case, how could the stores and strength of a variant invalid not absolutely crush someone with a mere S-grade ability like Miles? The white wolf stood at over 5 meters tall, its majestic coat and mane whipping about beneath its strength. Its low growl crawled over the battlefield, sinking into the hearts of all those who heard it. At that moment, the 12 guards around the variant invalid all shot forward at once. Their reserved auras surged out like a tidal wave, each and every one of them carrying an ice-type ability. It was clear that the variant invalid had hand-selected its guard, and not a single one of them was below the SSS grade. Shit, this was the only word Milan could think of. He could feel that the engineers had begun to panic. Any speed they had gained from growing comfortable plummeted. Whereas it might have only taken them 10 more minutes to finish before, now it wouldn't be surprising for it to take another half hour. At such a pace, they were screwed. Even if it was just 10 minutes left, they would be doubtful to finish. Miles watched all of this from the top of the city walls, his gaze turning steely. This was likely his final chance, and he couldn't act rashly either. Order the retreat, Miles said after some deliberation. The commander sighed a breath of relief. He had expected Miles to close the gates and leave them all out there to rot. This would have been very much in line with Miles' usual actions. However, Miles knew that he was on a short leash. As much as he didn't want to risk the city by leaving the gates open for a second longer, if he abandoned them outside without even trying, any prestige he had managed to scrounge up would collapse once again. Retreat. The scrambling engineers felt as though they had heard the most beautiful word to ever exist. They didn't hesitate to abandon their work. In fact, they didn't even bother to pack everything back up again. They rushed to the sides of the trucks that brought them here, clambering into the open trunks and hanging off the sides to the best of their ability. Many of them started screaming for the drivers to go before the rest of their colleagues even stepped forward. It was clear that in such a mind state, the 30-minute deadline was far too optimistic. They had already lost all will to fight. At that moment, the 12 ice guards had reached Milan's vanguard. Having no choice but to protect the retreat of the engineers, they manned the rear. Milan's large belly flexed once again, his strength pouring out and forming another shield of force. Veins popped across his forehead as he layered the shield again and again. He knew that against such enemies, just one was far from enough. His ability might have been similar to James', but James' ability was of the grade, while his was C grade. Though in the past year Milan managed to progress it to the B grade. What was that in the face of so many SSS grade threats? Bang! Milan's efforts were shattered in the blink of an eye. Raj slammed his feet to the ground in an attempt to slow their approach, but the ice guards reacted even faster, a sharp ice elemental force surging around them as they froze the ground beneath their feet solid. No matter how hard Raj tried, he couldn't seem to cause another earthen wave. He could only raise his assault rifle and begin to fire madly, the recoil of the hefty gun causing his fat to undulate once again. "Well, cover, retreat," Milan roared. He, Joel, and Raj unloaded their clips. They no longer cared about reserving supplies or their strength. Their only thoughts were of covering for their teammates. Among those who had been forced to join the army as a veil of protection for Miles, there were a few so young that Coach Owen hadn't even allowed them to see the field. Yet now, they were thrust into the middle of war. "Damn it, rookie. If I can see your face instead of you hauling ass within the next second, I'm going to put a bullet in your kneecap," Milan roared. "Forget a kneecap. It'll lodge one in your ass if you don't make it to the gate in under 5. Joel barked right after. They might haze these rookies and give them a hard time, but when it came down to it, it was their role as seniors to protect. They could sense the hesitation of their teammates, but not everyone could stay behind. What would be the point of their decision then? The three shooed them away, their roars being half drowned out by their rain of bullets. It didn't matter if they worked, all they cared about was slowing them down by an extra minute, an extra second, an extra step. "Fuck, since you like the cold so much, go to hell." Raj ripped a grenade from his hip and bit the pin off. He threw it with all his might, watching as it rebounded off the ice ground and toward the ice guards. "Raj, hell is hot," Joel mumbled. "Fuck, that just means these damned popsicles will be melted into a puddle of their own piss." The three men laughed, their bullets never stopping. In the back of their minds, they seemed aware it would be impossible to retreat with everyone else. Chapter 405. Bang! Bang! The grenade erupted, blasting bits and pieces of dirt, hot air, and shrapnel in every direction. A massive cloud of white shot up from the core of the explosion. But before anyone could even sigh a breath of relief, an ice guard shot out from the dust cloud, gliding across ice of its own creation like a silent assassin. "Shit!" Joel brandished his halberd, the trigger of his rifle echoing a hollow click. He tossed the useless gun to the side, gathering his courage as his hands gripped his weapon's polearm. Milan pulled a heavy shield from his back, slamming it hard against the ice grounds and standing shoulder to Raj. Raj moved to bite off another grenade's pin, only to see the remaining 11 ice guards shoot out from the cloud of smoke. What was the point? The grenades were useless anyway. "Oh, Farrar." Another roar shook the battlefield. The variant invalid stalked forward. By this point, the engineers had only just reached the gate once again. As for the troops who could only move on foot, they were still over 50 meters away. Unfortunately, in these conditions, many of them were having trouble finding stable ground to stand on. The white wolf crouched, its powerful limbs shattering the ice beneath its feet. Bang! In this new world order, there were many sights the common people could have never dreamed of seeing in the past that they could experience now. Watching as a 5-meter-tall and almost 10-meter-long wolf cross hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye was definitely one of those things. A massive shadow seemed to swallow the sun. Joel looked at the halberd in his hands while Milan and Raj looked toward their shields. Then they looked toward one another, bitter smiles on their faces. At that moment, they heard a rain of bullets coming from their back, only to look and find that at least a dozen of the almost 100 troops they had led the vanguard with hadn't retreated and were now shooting toward the massive wolf in the air. Milan opened his mouth to reprimand them. He knew these men well. They were the same teammates he had shared a field with for so many years. One of them was even a rookie of barely 15 years old. However, he didn't even have the time to do this much. To the front, the ice guards had reached them. Joel stabbed out with his halberd, only to find it snapped in two before he could even complete his first pierce. Milan and Raj stood as shields before him, their feet digging into the slippery ground as they tried to give Joel some cover. But just as quickly as they tried to form a line of defense, they were sent flying back and crashing into Joel. Bang! In that instant, the variant invalid wolf landed on the ground, causing it to quake. It didn't even spare a glance toward Milan and the others as it looked toward the wall, a toothy, sinister, snarling grin lining its snout. Milan and Raj coughed violently, feeling as though all the bones in their body had been broken. They struggled to stand, looking toward the ice guards and White Wolf with a hint of fear in their eyes. They felt as though this was all a play orchestrated by the White Wolf. With such strength, with such leaping ability, couldn't it have claimed the fort for itself long ago? Why did it wait until now? They simply didn't have anyone capable of stopping it. Miles watched everything from above, his jaw clenched. Close the gates. The harsh words grated on the ears, but it was clear by now that Miles had shown enough mercy. Even if his enemies wanted to use this to point out his weaknesses, he had plenty of evidence on his side. This was all he cared about. As long as the optics were in his favor, that was all that mattered. By now, the trucks had already crossed through the gates. The only ones lagging behind were the running soldiers who had had to retreat by foot. As they watched the gates slowly close, those too far away felt about to despair, while those who felt they still had a chance pushed their bodies to the limits, driving themselves forward as fast they could. Unfortunately, the ground was in terrible condition. Where there was no snow was too easy for even the most coordinated of men to slip and fall. And where there was snow weighed down the legs of those trying to escape, easily having their speed. Bang! The gates slammed shut. By now, only half the 100 troops that had come managed to make it back. As for those who were close, they banged on the steely gates with despair ringing from their voices. Their efforts resounded like dull thuds. The gates were too thick and too solid. Even if one stood on the opposite side, it would have been impossible to hear a thing. All this time, the White Wolf watched without even attempting to stop them. It raised its head haughtily, emitting the air of a king of beasts. Concentrate your fire. Miles barked out an order. The bombardment of artillery shells had maybe been the only reason the tactical unit hadn't been completely surrounded and wiped out by invalids. But now that Miles had ordered for them to concentrate their fire onto the White Wolf, what chance did they stand anymore? At that moment, a rookie helped Milan to stand while a few others helped Joel and Raj. Milan opened his mouth to yell at the rookie once more, but the breaks to his ribs caused him to wince. In the end, he sighed. Was there a point in yelling anymore? Damn kid, we already told you not to join the army, but you didn't listen. Now you don't even listen to my orders. Why you all do such stupid things is beyond me. Milan shook his head. Though the White Wolf was ignoring them now, that wasn't out of mercy. Would you care much about an ant you could crush any time you wanted? While Milan was lost in his thoughts, though, he didn't expect the rookie who helped him up to actually respond to his words. Looking forward seriously, the scrawny little guy in an oversized military uniform and helmet stood straight, with his underdeveloped chest sticking out as far as he could force it to. Respect the game. Persist to the end. Milan was stunned out of his thoughts. For a moment, he could sense a sliver of Lionel's overbearing aura. A sudden laughter rocked the battlefield. Whether it was Joel, Raj, or Milan, their gazes went red without even having to look in the direction it came from. Well said, rookie. It was only then that Milan realized it was an illusion. He really had sensed it. Chapter 406. Lionel suddenly manifested from thin air, his appearance causing no small number of people a great deal of shock. A wide grin spread across his face as he looked toward his teammates. Any rage he had been feeling vanished, replaced by a gratification he had yet to feel in his life before. Captain. They didn't have time to think about how Lionel had suddenly appeared here, or how he was somehow already blocking the path between them and the White Wolf. After registering that Lionel was actually here, the faces of his teammates changed wildly. What the hell are you doing here? Are you trying to die? The whirring of the cannons atop the walls never stopped. The truth was that from the vantage of those up above, it was impossible to hear even their screams, let alone noticing the sudden appearance of a single person on such a large battlefield. Even now, no one but those on the ground had noticed the addition of Lionel. Of course, among those that noticed included the variant invalid and its ice guards. However, surprisingly, from start to finish, Lionel's back faced them. It was as though he was showing the same disregard for the White Wolf that it had shown to his teammates. Who cared about when you stomped an ant as long as it was done? This sort of air of confidence was something the White Wolf hadn't sensed from an enemy during this war. Such a feeling caused its toothy grin to become more sinister, carrying a more bloodthirsty air to it. Lionel patted the rookie's shoulder. What's your name? As part of the hazing ritual of their football team, every rookie was only known by exactly that title. They didn't have the right to have their own names until they passed through a year of initiation. It was only after this that they were allowed to have their own identities once again. So, when the rookie heard Lionel ask such a question, he immediately went teary-eyed. Technically, he should have already passed through initiation a long time ago. But, due to the various circumstances surrounding the metamorphosis, he had been stuck in his role as a rookie for over double the time he should have been. However, somehow hearing Lionel's words made it all worth it. My name is Drake, Captain. Lionel smiled. You did a good job, Drake. Supporting your brothers is exactly what a man should do. But remember in the future to only do things within your means. Do you understand? Drake stared blankly at Lionel before lowering his head like a wronged child. Lionel shook his head and patted Drake's shoulder again. Though things worked out this time, you also have to realize that your seniors wanted to sacrifice themselves for your benefit. If your life wasn't saved in the end, then wouldn't their sacrifice have been for nothing? Drake's gaze lit up with understanding. But because he was looking at the ground, no one noticed. Still, Lionel felt that he had said enough. Any more would just be beating a dead horse. Lionel looked up and toward the rest. Though some of the faces weren't from the Royal Blue football team, he smiled toward them nonetheless. For a moment, everyone seemed to forget that they were on a battlefield. Whatever pressure had been coming from the invalids all around them, or the White Wolf just 20 or so meters from them, had all of a sudden vanished. Fire. Finally, the cannons had been aimed and were all fire at once. Lionel's gaze sharpened. Though this wasn't as bad as what Miles had done before, they were clearly still within the range of being struck. A 20-meter buffer was nothing to such high-tech bombs. The White Wolf's gaze didn't seem to want to leave Lionel, but Lionel also seemed to have no intention of paying any mind to the White Wolf. All of you, let's go. Ah! Everyone was shocked by Lionel's words. What did he mean, let's go? Didn't he see that they were in the middle of a battlefield? Also, hadn't a volley of bombs just been launched? Maybe in as soon as another second, they would all be dead. However, Lionel only smiled and winked. Force surged around him, lighting up a pattern on the ground that had been invisible to this point. The truth was that Lionel hadn't appeared randomly and out of thin air, nor did he try to appear at the last moment on purpose. He had been trying to find a method of getting everyone out of here in one piece. The reason he appeared abruptly was because before then, he had been using light refraction to appear invisible. In the time, he managed to draw a teleportation art on the ground that he was now currently activating. Though Lionel wasn't necessarily afraid of the White Wolf variant invalid, he knew that he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this while its sights were locked onto him. Luckily, Lionel's soul force had entered the fourth dimension. One had to remember that in order to practice in force, internal sight was needed. Without it, sensing and controlling force was impossible. By this logic, the stronger one's internal sight, the greater control of force one had. With Lionel's level of control, he was able to draw such a large array without the horde of invalids around him even sensing any leakage. Just as the bombs fell, Lionel's teleportation art activated, taking him and everyone else along. Bang! 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 The white wolf, who had been observing Lionel all this time, was slightly caught off guard. It wasn't that it didn't expect such a bombardment to happen, but rather that it had stopped paying attention to anything but Lionel. On the walls, Miles sighed a breath of relief. His greatest worry was that with the white wolf speed, they wouldn't be able to hit it in the first place. Now, he could put his heart at rest. Of course, Miles had no idea that the only reason he ever hit the white wolf in the first place was because of the man he hated most in the world. However, Miles wouldn't have time to think about this at all, because as the smoke slowly cleared, a familiar billowing coat of white fur appeared. Not only was it pristine, it was just as spotless as it had been before the bombardment. The white wolf took its attention away from the sudden disappearance of the object of its interest, its pearly blue eyes turning somewhat demonic. A low growl slowly overtook the waning sounds of artillery, the ground cracking once again as the white wolf's limbs flexed. Bang! A familiar shadow appeared in the skies, but this time it was above the walls of Royal Blue Fort. Chapter 407. The soldiers manning the fort walls were completely caught off guard. None of them seemed to have proper measures to react. Before anyone could even begin thinking of counters, the white wolf had already landed atop the walls. A strong paw swept across, taking a troops of over a dozen out in a single attack. Blood and screams of agony reigned. Some fell from the walls, but even those who were lucky enough to land upon it felt as though every bone in their bodies had been broken. Just like that, the proudest feature of the fort was conquered. What was such protection worth if took just a single leap to circumvent? "Give me a damn gun," Miles barked, snatching the commander's rifle. Miles' gaze shone with a vicious light. The situation seemed bad, but it also represented an opportunity. This stupid beast didn't realize that the moment it jumped to the walls of the fort, it had entered the range of the force disruption towers they had already set up. This ultimately meant that not only was it mostly restricted to only using its physical strength, but it also meant that true 25th century technology could be rolled out. Execute Plan B. Bring out the weapons. The commander regained his bearing beneath Miles' orders. Though he was a military official, the truth was that due to Royal Blue Province's special locale, most of its military personnel were admirals. Their experience with ground combat was limited. However, as an heir to a Governor-Duke family, Miles had been trained in all sorts of matters since his youth. Regardless of the situation, he would be ready. Beneath Miles' orders, everyone quickly regrouped. Down below, the army of invalids, led by the 12 ice guards, began to launch an assault against the fort walls. But Miles focused on the situation at hand. At the rate they were going, it would take them several hours to breach the walls. But the White Wolf Invalid was an immediate problem. Miles knew that his ability was useless against the White Wolf. Plus, beneath the influence of force disruption towers, his ability was also far more difficult to deploy. Since that was the case, he would rely on modern technology. This was the advantage Earth had in comparison to other worlds. The number of geniuses born to this world allowed them to reach a level of strength that should have been impossible for a third-dimensional world. Even as an infantile planet, they weren't pushovers. A tide of black uniformed tactical units surrounded the White Wolf from all sides, a rain of bullets falling upon its pristine white coat. Compared to the past, the pain the variant invalid felt couldn't be considered on the same level. Without the restrictions placed on technology, its tough coat was being continuously pierced. Ruawar. The variant invalid tried to call upon the elements to strengthen itself once again, but it found that the amount it could call upon had reduced by more than half. In response, it rumbled a low growl, sweeping out a paw with the strength it did manage to gather. "Shield!" A captain roared out. The tactical units moved forward like a well-oiled machine, holding out black, hexagonal shields, then kneeled down shoulder to shoulder and slammed them into the ground. A fluctuating electricity soon followed soon, covering the surroundings in a pale blue shield that quaked beneath the strike of the White Wolf. 50% depletion. A frontline soldier roared. "Swap!" The captain replied instantaneously. "Fire!" The operation seemed seamless. A cycle of defense, offense, and recharging. Shield units swapped out their energy cells. Attack units continuously reloaded. Their various captains handed down orders in a practiced and timely manner. It was clear that these tactical units were far better than the seamen had been. The white fur of the variant invalid finally began to be covered in patches of red, its blue eyes flickering with fury. It wanted to jump down the walls and toward the city below, but it found that the restrictions on its ability were even more severe in that direction. At the same time, its pride didn't allow it to retreat. Lionel reappeared on the same collapsed building he had been on before. But this time, there were dozens of new faces around him. However, none of them spoke. Though Lionel had saved them, they all still had family within those walls. Lionel knew he couldn't very well leave things be. Even if his teammates didn't have anyone else to care for, Lionel couldn't very well allow so many innocents to die just because he hated the actions of a few. This fort represented all the remaining human population of Royal Blue Province. If this fort fell, it would mean the end of anything that once represented this prosperous place. Lionel couldn't allow that to happen. However, what Lionel hadn't expected was for the fort to perform so well after a while. He realized that he had really overthought things. This was ultimately the empire they were talking about. The fact the province was still in this state, even after a year, wasn't because they were weak, but rather because they had put all their effort toward building the capital province back up. In addition, all variants had been recalled to the capital as well. If it wasn't for what happened, he and Aina would have been sent to the capital as well. It could be said that Lionel had yet to meet the true powerhouses of Earth when things are framed in this manner. Not that he would have to fear them, regardless, though. Fine, he'll let them repel this variant invalid first, then go to reclaim the interest demode. What Lionel didn't know at this point was that these matters wouldn't end so simply. Miles might have been setting up his own plans, but there were other intelligent minds at work as well. Variant invalids weren't so simple as they seemed. But this was only one aspect of the puzzle. Maybe, just maybe, the variant invalid wasn't the main villain of this story. Chapter 408. Are you sure you want to do this now, Joseph? At that moment, Lionel wasn't the only one observing the situation. It was impossible that he would be. To put matters into perspective, there were only 8 other forts of this kind on the whole of Earth. For it to be continuously assaulted by such a large army of invalids, it was impossible for not only the Empire to be unaware, but for all the other hidden powers of Earth to be in the dark as well. However, what was particularly interesting about this crew of observers was the fact that maybe had it not been for Lionel's actions, they wouldn't have been aware of these changes at all, at least not so soon. The reason for this became obvious after remembering just who this Joseph was. This was Joseph Warner, brother to Damian Warner, and the very same man who led the first group of the Slayer Legion Lionel ever met. Months ago, the 3 men, Joseph, Damian, and Lionel, had come to an agreement to take down Royal Blue Fort. Such a large task would have come with unimaginable rewards. In order to prepare for this, the 2 brothers had no choice but to bring Lionel in to get registered. Had they simply left such a large contributor to their mission as an unknown, they could very well be the subject of investigation. Such a thing would have been too suspicious, and they could have become marked as traitors. Only by following all the red tape could they benefit from this potential boon. But they had never expected to meet Hacker Hutch, and had been even more caught off guard by the fact Hacker Hutch actually all but kidnapped Lionel. It had already been months since then without a single word from Lionel. However, in order to be ready, they had continued to monitor the situation of the fort. They managed to gather information on everything from the patrol units to the tactical units, and even to the zone clearing units. When they learned of the situation between Lionel and the Slayer Legion, though, they came to accept the fact that they had wasted their time. Not only had they wasted it, but they had paid a dear price for it. Both brothers had been demoted for their involvement in bringing Lionel to the Slayer Legion. Since their involvement was minimal, they only lost a single rank. However, it was still a devastating loss to them. Joseph had been so close to being promoted to a true commander for vice commander, yet now he wasn't even in line for promotion any longer. It was practically an unspoken rule within the Slayer Legion. A demotion was almost always the end of someone's career. Ironically, this made the fervor the two brothers had for conquering the fort all the stronger. This would be the only chance they had to truly reclaim any semblance of a career they once had. But now that an opportunity had really presented itself, Damien began to hesitate. Joseph clenched his jaw. This is the only option we brothers have left. If we don't, we'll remain as middling captains for the rest of our life. Damien sighed. I heard that they promoted that Sela woman again. To think we originally wanted to use her as a cover for Lionel, now she's riding above our heads. Joseph's gaze hardened, but in the end, he didn't say the words he thought. Gather up Catwoman and the others. When this variant falls, we move. Shouldn't we tell Cap, Commander Sela? Damien asked. Joseph sneered. We're the Oddshell be a headquarters where she's meant to be. Damien heard these words and didn't say anything more. He was the one who brought Lionel to his brother back then. Though he knew his brother only blamed Lionel, Damien couldn't help but feel one part guilty. Seeing Sela sit in a position he felt she didn't deserve ate Joseph's insides with a level of rage and jealousy he had never felt in his life before. Despite the fact she had taken the position that should have been his, she didn't even seem to treasure it. But how could she? When they met Sela, she was a fool who couldn't even see through Lionel's talent and instead chose to push him away. The only reason they promoted her was to continue breathing fire to the lie that they were enemies with Lionel and had taken him prisoner. This was all so that it would be easier to catch the fort off guard with their assault. Yet, she somehow managed to ride the momentum of that one chance to her current point. How could Joseph not be enraged? But in the end, this all pointed back to one person. Though it couldn't be said that he was at the point of becoming irreconcilable enemies with Lionel, he likely wasn't very far. The situation was quite an interesting one. Lionel had no idea that Joseph and Damien were eyeing the fort, while the two had no idea that Lionel was already on the scene as well. But neither group was aware that there was yet another party watching this silently. Captain Sela, or rather, Commander Sela now, observed Joseph and Damien from afar with a smile on her face. But rather than being on the scene like the two groups, she was using a special treasure in order to do so. Interestingly enough, Commander Sela wasn't aware of Lionel's appearance near the fort either. However, it was unclear if she would react, much even if she did know. Despite watching the movements of both Damien and Joseph, and also being aware of their goals, she made no attempts to stop them. In fact, she didn't even rise from her comfortable seating arrangements. She reclined in a cushy chair, her meaty hands resting over her belly with a content smile on her face. As for what her plans were, maybe only she was truly aware. Chapter 409. Cap, who's this? Seeing that the situation was much better than they originally thought it would be, the guys somewhat relaxed. Now that their faculties were somewhat freer to think of other things, they finally noticed a silent figure sitting on the snowy roof of the collapsed building. It was quite obvious that she was a woman. However, from the glimpses of her face they had seen, they didn't recognize her. Even if they ignored the scars, they didn't remember ever seeing such a woman before. Compared to the past, the inflammation of Anna's scars had lessened by a large margin. So, while they still felt that this figure they didn't recognize wasn't very attractive and was quite pitiable, they didn't feel the same deep revulsion the people of Terrain had felt. Still, many of them were still inwardly sighing a breath of relief. Did this mean that their captain had finally moved on from Aina? They had already lost count of how many times they'd tried to convince Lionel to consider other women. For a five-star quarterback to finish high school as a virgin, it was a waste of nature's gifts. They had shed no small amount of tears. So, even if this woman wasn't up to the standards they believed their captain deserved, at the very least, she was a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, Lionel grinned. You all don't recognize your own sister-in-law. Milan's eyes widened along with the other guys. Aina. Milan's face flashed with confusion. Unlike Lionel, who seemed capable of recognizing Aina regardless of the situation, or apparently no matter how she looked, it was clear that the others didn't have this ability at all. The face Aina displayed now was completely unlike the one she had used at Royal Blue Academy. Aina smiled lightly in greeting before glaring at Lionel. Sister-in-law? It seemed that this Lionel was getting a bit too courageous. He still hadn't learned his lesson after she spent this time ignoring him. However, Aina didn't react as violently as she usually did. Maybe she gave Lionel a slight bit of face due to the fact his friends were here. Or maybe she couldn't help but internally smile when Milan immediately knew who Lionel meant by sister-in-law. Still, she took a mental note of this event and continued to play with the little mink and Tolliver. All right. Lionel changed the subject and put his hands on Milan and Raj's shoulders. A surge of light elemental force sprung to life as Lionel cast Grand Heal on them. Since the two were still within the third dimension, he had no need to use his improved version of the art like he had done with Xyler. So the process ended in just the blink of an eye. Milan forgot his shock about Aina and aimed it all toward the changes in his body. All the aching in his ribs suddenly vanished. In fact, he felt better than he had in years. As an offensive lineman, Milan spent his life in perpetual injury. He had long since gotten used to playing through the hurt. This was maybe the first time in a long time that he was actually completely healthy. Cap, Raj's mouth widened in surprise. I thought you awakened a sensory ability. Did you awaken a second ability? Lionel's teammates looked toward him in shock, especially the rookie Drake. It was as though they were looking at a god in the flesh. Though they had heard a lot about powerful abilities through rumors, they had never once heard of a person awakening more than one ability. Lionel chuckled and shook his head. Though Earth was quite advanced in many things, when it came to understanding of this new world order, they were still quite lacking. There were many times in the past where others mistook Lionel's snowy star owl lineage factor as his ability. This only made sense, though. Earth had yet to begin creating its own magic systems. Even Terrain, which was considered to be near the bottom of the barrel in terms of worlds, had begun to refine their own. Jolnia's fall style was exactly this. Terrain focused heavily on styles and the boost it could give to their overall combat prowess. But Earth? It had yet to find itself. Thinking of this, Lionel looked up into the sky, trying to find their second moon and the location of Camelot. Unfortunately, the heavy snow guaranteed that sky would be covered in a dense swath of clouds. Even if Camelot was right about him, Lionel wouldn't be able to see it. Lionel couldn't help but wonder how the saga between Earth and Camelot would end. Maybe Camelot would be the trigger Earth needed to begin building its own magic system. With Earth's ingenuity, Lionel had no doubt that they would soon forge a path of their own. Just think about it. Even with a magic system to speak of, even without force, Lionel was now watching what was effectively an army of mortal slaughter, a variant invalid with strength almost comparable to an entity of the fourth dimension. That was unimaginable for the vast majority of worlds. In fact, Earth might be the only place capable of achieving such a thing. Lionel smiled and shook his head. With me here, you all don't have anything to worry about. I won't let what happened last time happen again. Lionel looked back toward his teammates, a stern determination on his face. A group of over a dozen men looked back toward him, not an ounce of doubt in their gazes. It seemed that long ago, Lionel had become far more than their quarterback. Aina peeked back toward this scene, her eyes hiding a swirl of emotion. The sight of Lionel leading a group of men and earning their respect and devotion. He looks most attractive like this. Aina's eyes widened at her own thoughts, a furious blush lighting her features as she looked away. Unfortunately, no one would see this sight. Cap, that white wolf is done. Drake suddenly called out. Lionel looked back to see that the rookie was correct. That white wolf was on its last legs. Is this really all a variant invalid is capable of? Lionel couldn't help but frown. He had heard so much about their legend, and even more about their intelligence. But this one fell because it not only lacked strength, but also because its mind was lacking. Lionel's pupils suddenly constricted, his head snapping toward a certain direction. What he saw shocked him to no end. Tanks, dozens of them, each fitted with a long barrel that swayed with their every movement. The Slayer Legion? Lionel looked back toward the collapsing white wolf. They want to take advantage of this situation? But something fell off. Sparks flew in Lionel's dreamscape. But without enough information, no connections could be made. Let alone realizing what was wrong with this picture, Lionel didn't realize there were sparks forming at all. Author's note below. Chapter 4:10. Lionel's frown deepened as he watched the Slayer Legion's forces move in. This is likely the best chance they have to take down this fort. If I was making the decisions and was desperate enough, I might choose to attack now as well. If Lionel was participating in the operation, he would feel more confident in the success. But the main problem was that he wasn't, and he also didn't trust the Slayer Legion to protect the innocents that might get swept into this situation. The fact that they chose to attack now instead of waiting until the invalids below dispersed told Lionel one very obvious thing. They wanted to use the invalids to their advantage. If Lionel was leading this charge, he would wait until both the White Wolf was killed and the invalid army it had been driven away. Only then could he minimize any potential casualties. But whoever was leading these troops obviously had no intention of doing this. These bastards, Lionel's expression flickered with rage. On the fort walls, Miles finally let go of a rock that had been weighing heavily on his chest. "Subdue it," Miles commanded. The commander beside Miles looked toward him in shock, but eventually disseminated the orders. This was indeed a good opportunity. The capital had likely long since begun its research on invalids. But whether they had caught a variant invalid just yet was unknown. After all, they were rare creatures to begin with. The fact one appeared on Earth just went to show the level of talents that could be born here. Whether they traded this variant in for merit or if they kept it to get a leg up themselves, both were viable options. Most importantly, Miles believed that such an important piece would definitely cause his father to pause in his resoluteness to abandon his first heir. "Junior Governor Duke, we have enemies approaching." Miles froze, his heart plummeting once again. They still hadn't dealt with the invalid army below. The damage to their defenses by now was definitely not negligible. If they had to deal with more armies, there would most definitely be a major problem. Was it more invalids? A beast horde brought over by the explosions? Something worse? Give me information. I need numbers and an estimate of their strength. Miles relayed his orders. But what he learned left him stunned on the spot. Those charging toward them now weren't invalids or beasts at all, but rather humans. In fact, they seemed to have a prototype of a mobile force disruption tower moving along with them. From a quick analysis, the technology that this troop of humans was using fell into the 22nd and 23rd centuries. This could either be because this was their technological limitation, or the more likely theory was that mobile force disruption towers weren't as potent as immobile ones. Regardless, the threat they presented was not small, especially now after a battle. Procuring military goods after the metamorphosis was incredibly difficult. Things that were once simply like mining and synthesizing material became large mountains to climb. This didn't even mention the most obvious fact that the population of Earth had been massacred by over 99%. They didn't even have the numbers they needed to sustain mass production, and the machines they once used that could cover this weakness had restrictions of their own. After such a massive battle, the reserves of the Royal Blue Fort had been depleted by over 80%. And, as if that wasn't enough, The remaining 20 or so percent they had left needed to be used to drive the invalid horde below away. At this point, of the 12 SSS-grade threats, only 5 of them had been dealt with. The current situation was terrible. They didn't have the means to deal with another threat at this very moment. Within the formation of tanks, Joseph watched on from a cockpit, a deadpan expression coloring his visage. He steeled his heart, his only thoughts being of success. He didn't care what he had to do. Damien watched on from the side, conflicting emotions swimming through his chest. But in the end, he too steeled his heart. They knew of the events that happened months ago. This fort was manned by a tyrant that bombed even his own people. Even if it meant sacrificing a bit more to save the majority, it would be worth it. This metamorphosis was the opportunity the Slayer Legion needed to finally overturn the Empire. They needed to take this chance. Unfortunately, in all their thoughts of glory and patriotism, the two brothers forgot to think of one very important thing. How could they possibly be the only ones who thought of this? The Slayer Legion seemed to be a massive power with immense strength behind it. Even if it couldn't compare to the Empire, not many things could to begin with. So, if what the brothers thought was true, why would the Slayer Legion leave it up to two demoted brothers to conquer a fort when the opportunity was presented right before them? The Slayer Legion, they actually dare to attack us. Miles was thoroughly enraged when he learned of who he was facing. To a noble like him, the Slayer Legion represented nothing but the dregs of society. He really couldn't fathom what reason a person could possibly have to risk their lives to join an organization with no future to speak of. There was no worse feeling than when an ant could pose problems for you. Miles had gone from a young heir to a person ostracized by his own father to clawing his way back up little by little, just for an insignificant bug to be blocking his way in the final moments. How could he not be infuriated? Man the cannons, Miles roared. Unfortunately, the Slayer Legion had moved first. Since they dared to act so brazenly, how could they not have their own plans? In position, Joseph asked without turning to his younger brother. Yes. Damien spoke with a bit of strain. Do it, Joseph said coldly. If Miles knew about Damien's ability, he would know that Lionel wasn't the only one who could move through the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A swarm of invalids crowding the bottom of the walls suddenly imploded. But, worst of all, a large chunk of the wall's foundation went with it. The steel alloy the walls were made of had been refined with hundreds of years of technology. Blasting through them with 22nd century tech was impossible. However, in their several months of observation, the Slayer Legion realized one thing. In the haste to build this wall as quickly as possible, its foundation was neglected. If strategic points were targeted, it would collapse beneath its own weight, especially if it had already been damaged by a horde of invalids first. Chapter 411. The detonation was deafening. To those within the walls, it felt as though another doomsday was descending. The cacophonic blasts were no less haunting than the day the Paradise Islands fell from the sky. Miles felt the ground beneath his feet buckle and collapse. What did it sound like for millions of tons of steel to bend? What did it sound like for a mountain of metal to collapse? Well, it was uncertain if many could tell you because that day, those noises weren't what stood out at the forefront. What they would instead remember was the sight of the wall that had protected them for over a year splitting and the flood of invalids that crawled out from the billowing smoke and endless fires. It was a sight right out of hell. These creatures didn't know pain, they didn't know fatigue, they didn't know mercy. Even while climbing over the charred corpses of their own comrades, they didn't pause for even a moment. Their only thoughts were of the humans they could sense. Those were the people lucky enough to succeed where they failed. They were the nutrients they could use to evolve once again and change their futures. Miles clung onto anything he could to not fall to the ground below. He pulled himself up, crawling toward where the walls were still level. But there were no small number of soldiers who weren't nearly as lucky as he had been. The chain of command completely collapsed. The tanks of the Slayer Legion continued to roll forward, their barrels aimed upward, firing toward the tops of the walls. The chaos was already enough to almost guarantee that no one would be able to target the fort's cannons toward them. However, Joseph left nothing up to chance. Without caring for casualties, the tracks of their tanks crawled through the battlefield, firing in a rhythmic manner. Within the city, chaos had descended. With the intelligence, or lack thereof, of the invalids, they didn't even seem to realize another party was approaching from the back. They all shot forward, entering the outer limits of the fort. By now, within the inner city limits, the nobles had become aware of what was happening. "Dad, what should we do?" James entered his father's office with a panicked expression. "What exactly are you panicking about?" James' father responded casually. "The city, it's being overrun by invalids. I'm sure that if even I've heard about it, you also know that the Slayer Legion made its move." James' father placed down the tablet he was reading from, and James was stunned. He didn't really understand what was happening. Even if his father didn't care about the commoners, shouldn't he at least care about his own safety? If the city was overrun, they would be finished. James' father shook his head. "Use your head, James. The Royal Blue Fort is one of the only 8 on Earth. Even if most of the Empire's strength has been concentrated in the capital, do you really think the walls of such a fort should be so easy to take down?" James was stunned. He suddenly understood. This was meant to be a fort built by the hands of the foremost experts of the Royal Blue Province. How could it only last a few hours under siege? How could it only survive a single well-placed explosion? This fort was meant to represent the consolidation of much of Earth's power. How could a ragtag squad of rebels possibly take it down so easily? It was only then that James remembered the inner city had always been under an illusion cast by the junior Governor Duke. From the outside, it seemed like a normal doorway and gate. But was it? James shivered as he grasped the situation. The walls on the outside were always a casual facade. Why would these nobles spend resources on protecting an outer city of peasants when they could pour all their resources into protecting an inner city built for themselves? Now that James thought about it, other than Miles, no other nobles went to the wall. In fact, Miles could be considered to be the one with the greatest ability. "Dad, you're abandoning the junior Governor Duke?" James' father sneered. "Do you think that he's a person we should still follow?" "Why? So that we can sink along with him?" James didn't know how to respond. He had lost the greatest friend he had ever had for the sake of pleasing Miles. Now they were abandoning him so easily. For some reason, this made his insides churn even more than that look Lionel had given him that last time they stood face to face. He threw the game for Conrad, but now he was dead. He tried to betray Lionel for Miles, but now he might very well be dead as well. How many more sacrifices would he have to make? How many more of them would be just as meaningless? "You've done good, though, James." James' father rose from his seat. "That Miles contacted me about communicating with the Siegfried family. He wanted me to expose that the death of their son was related to the Brazinger family, correct?" James nodded stiffly. He had reported this to his father the other day, and it seemed that Miles contacted him not long later. "You will go to the Siegfried family to represent the Bennets. When the time comes, reveal to them that the one who did the deed was Lionel Morales." James froze. He couldn't understand. What was the purpose of this? Don't ask why, just do as I say." The sound of the bombardment felt like a low rumbling at their location. But, slowly but surely, the rumbling dampened and eventually, they couldn't hear anything at all. It was as though they had been completely cut off from the outside world. James gripped his fists tightly, looking toward the ground as the voice of his father drifted to his ears once again. "The title of Governor Duke belongs to our family. Unfortunately, your great-grandfather trusted the wrong people. Remember that the sole purpose of your existence is to lead a path toward the rebirth of this family. Go." In the outside world, the rumbling had obviously never stopped. While the inner city had regained a peaceful calmness, the cries of those without status continued to ring. But it was in that moment that a figure appeared before the crack in the steel wall, his irises flickering between a violet red and a pale green. Chapter 412. Screams. Blood. Carnage. As many things as Lionel had seen in the past year, he still wasn't ready for this. The genocide modern technology wrought was far beyond his imagination. With his senses, every instance of fear, every tear that was shed, every heart that ceased beating, it was all in his range to feel, see, and grasp. However, the Slayer Legion tanks continued to roll forward. The inner city of the fort remained unmoved. The invalids never stopped. Lionel had already moved before he could even register his own thoughts. He faintly heard the voices of his teammates screaming for him to come back. What could a single man do against such an army? As powerful as he had become, it most definitely wasn't enough to cover the sky with a single hand. What would he possibly hope to accomplish? But he moved anyway. That said, he didn't move alone. The little mink, seemingly sensing his agitation, jumped forward, skipping across the air. Aina stood, her steps pausing for a moment. "You all stay here. You're not strong enough." Her words were simple and plain. Her gaze carried the same look she had when she took Conrad's life. A cold, silent indifference. Lionel's teammates gripped their fists, but they didn't move in the end. They knew that Aina's words were true. If they moved now, they would only get in the way. Wielding her great sword, Aina launched herself from the side of the collapsed building. "Fire!" Joseph's cold voice rang in the cockpit, his gaze growing colder and colder. Every command he barked, every shell that fired, every life his actions reaped seemed to make him more and more detached. Eventually, he felt like a bird observing things from the skies, a passerby in history that didn't have anything to do with what was happening before him. "Joseph," Damien spoke, huffing and puffing from his previous exertion. "The gap in the wall will only allow 2 tanks through at once. Should we pause the charge and make a larger passageway?" Joseph's steely gaze locked onto the path ahead. The steel alloy walls had collapsed on their destroyed foundations. It splintered down at that point, creating a semi-triangular passageway nearby where the gate had been. Many invalids had already recovered and were pouring through that hole. Those that couldn't fit through took advantage of the crumbling imperfections of the wall as grips to climb up and over. The city was slowly becoming completely overrun. "Send 2 Vanguard tanks through and execute Plan B2. Plan B2. It was too difficult to predict the result of their explosion. There were too many variables despite the fact they had simulated it many times. Plan B2 was to be used when the walls were damaged, but the gates remained functioning. They would send a unit in to open the gates from the inside. By now, it should be impossible for the Empire's soldiers to still be manning the gates. And even if they were, they should have a lot of their own problems to deal with." Joseph's orders were relayed quickly. At the Vanguard, a tank with Catwoman rolled forward. They trampled over invalids with impunity. It seemed that any invalid below the grade wasn't even able to dodge their advances, while those above that threat level couldn't even hope to damage them. Maybe only an SSS grade threat would even be able to think about slowing them down. These tanks were Joseph's trump cards. All the resources he earned over the years were poured into them, forming a squad of 20 he deemed unstoppable. Catwoman was dressed in her full leather suit, as usual. Hearing Joseph's orders, she was already prepared to move out. With her ability and pre-metamorphosis expertise, she was definitely the most suited to this task. "No worries, Commander. Those gates will be opened within 15 minutes. Catwoman didn't care about military law. In her eyes, Joseph deserved to be commander, so she called him as such. Forward. What none of the Slayer Legion could have imagined was that someone would actually stand forward to stop them at this time. But what they couldn't understand all the more was that it was just a single young man. Clang, clang, clang. He stood before a horde of charging invalids and a fleet of rolling tanks, his expression furious. Even amidst the billowing smoke, the rising flames, and the rushing blood, he stood out like a blinding light in the darkness. Stop! The roar of a single person shouldn't have been so resounding. Yet, even beyond the sealed defenses of the inner city, it resonated, shaking the earth, the walls, and the skies. Several C and B-grade invalids collapsed before the young man's rage, their minds shattering beneath his might. He brandished a black spear, his irises flickering back and forth between a violet red and a pale green. Everyone heard that young man's voice. It traveled over several miles, reaching the ears of even those it shouldn't have. Despite being within the cockpit, even Joseph heard the voice laced with rage and indignance. The young man continued to stand amidst the crack in the wall. Beneath his feet, piles of rubble and invalids' corpses lay. Behind him, an overrun city trembled. Before him, an army of thousands stood. Amidst it all, he looked like an ant trying to stop the momentum of a towering mountain. But he stood there nonetheless, his fury billowing. The young man brandished his spear, slashing a line before him. Clang! 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 The spear force cut through the invalid corpses, through the piles of rubble, through the collapsed steel alloys, piercing through the ground and not stopping for tens of meters. Cross this line and die. His words were undeniable. Like a higher judgment passed down from a god on high, it caused the hearts of all those who heard it to tremble. The flickering of his irises finally settled on a blazing violet red. His skin suddenly lit with endless bronze runes as a halo appeared above his head. His bronze hair billowed. It was so long and sturdy that it sounded like cracking whips in the wind, slicing apart anything that even remotely came into contact with it. When the shock of those who heard the voice calmed, it was only then they recognized who it was that spoken. Lionel. Joseph's gaze reddened, his reason leaving with his humanity. Chapter 4:13. Grind him to dust. Joseph roared. To anyone who knew why Lionel was here, it was just a simple matter of him protecting the citizens of this fort. However, how could Joseph and Damien know this? In their eyes, not only was Lionel responsible for their demotions, but he had even returned to the Empire and was standing in their way again. Usually when people felt hatred, they would never consider what they might have done wrong. And, in this case, the most exaggerated result was practically guaranteed. Catwoman glared at Lionel through the cameras of her tank. "Run him over," she said coldly to her driver. Catwoman remembered when she first met Lionel. She had had a good impression of the boy, but the loyalty she had for Joseph was far beyond this. For a person to join the rebel army in a society where there was only one true ruler, it would be no surprise for their background to be lengthy and complex. Catwoman was no different, and to her, Joseph was a brother, a father, and the only family she had. Even if Lionel hadn't been the reason Joseph fell from his tall heights, she still wouldn't allow him to block her path. Lionel watched coldly as the two Vanguard tanks continued to roll forward. In all their fury, they didn't seem to notice that the invalids had long since stopped pouring into the city. They seemed frozen in space, completely unable to move. Their white, indifferent irises were all locked onto Lionel. Yet, he hadn't spared any of them a single glance. Clang, clang, clang. Chain domain. PCHU. The heads of several invalids exploded. Illusory chains wrapped around their bodies, severing their limbs and crushing them into bloody pulps. One after another, they disappeared into motes of light, fusing into Lionel's body. "Little Tolly," Lionel called out. Black Star had followed Aina, but Lionel had taken the little metal spirit with him. Since they dared to disregard the lives of the common people just for their own goals, Lionel would make them pay a price. The tanks continued to roll forward. Though all Lionel could see were their barrels and their sleek black exteriors, it was as though he was peering into the souls of those within them. Dream sculpt. Lionel stared down the tanks, their every piece reflecting in his mind. Without the complexities of fourth-dimensional pieces, it took Lionel not even a few seconds to complete it. The moment it completed, Lionel arranged its every piece into a dreamscape of its own. In 2 steps, Lionel already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the tank even better than the engineers that designed it. Metal synergy. Lionel felt his bloodline tremble with excitement. To this point, The greatest use Lionel had gotten out of his lineage factor was the strength of his body. But if that was all there was to it, it would be called the metal body lineage factor, not the metal synergy lineage factor. This bloodline didn't represent a strong body. It represented dominion over the earth. Scraps of steel alloy that had fallen to Lionel's feet trembled, rising into the air. At that moment, little Tali had separated into 10 spherical balls, floating before Lionel and resonating with his thoughts. After entering the fourth dimension with his mind, Lionel no longer needed direct contact to control Tolliver. His free hand moved as though he was composing a piece across the air, tapping with a speed and dexterity that was beyond the normal limits of humans. In his right hand, Lionel controlled a chain domain. In his left, he controlled a metal domain. When he said he would kill anyone who crossed the line he drew, he was serious. Little Tali responded to Lionel's commands. One of its 10 spherical bodies shot forward, enveloping a rising piece of steel alloy. In the blink of an eye, Tolliver had finished. From a single piece of steel alloy, dozens of foot-long needles appeared. Their ends were so sharp that even the small rays of sun that rebounded off it were sliced apart. The rumbling of the tanks grew ever closer. From within the cockpit, Catwoman glanced at the line Lionel drew with a sneer. Her command still stood. Lionel's words and actions hadn't changed a thing. Roll him over. Lionel's gaze sharpened the moment the barrel of the first tank crossed it. He didn't wait for its tracks to do so. He didn't wait for the entire tank to cross over either. Since they couldn't show mercy to those weaker than them, he wouldn't show them any mercy at all. Since they felt that they could do as they pleased because they were more powerful, he would show them what it truly meant to be powerful. Lionel's surroundings suddenly felt a rise in temperature. At first it was subtle, but it grew unbearable very quickly. The invalids that had managed to survive the constriction of Lionel's chain domain imploded into a rain of fire and ash. The fire element gathered around him at inconceivable speeds. In one moment, the foot-long steel needles were an ash gray that matched the tall fort walls. But in the next, they had suddenly begun to glow red. Die, Lionel thought coldly. Lionel's halo glowed. As though receiving a command from its king, the metal needles shot forward at inconceivable speeds. From the vantage point of Catwoman, she couldn't even see them. The speed was simply too much for the cameras to pick up. Even at the last moment, she wasn't aware of just what was about to happen to her. The last emotion on her face was a frozen sneer as she suddenly heard the blaring warning sirens of the tank. She looked back toward the camera and toward Lionel's indifferent expression. That look was seared into her mind as her final memory. She remembered that look. It was the same cold expression she had as they blew up the fort's foundation. It was the same cold expression she had as she watched the invalids swarm the outer city. It was the same cold expression she had as she heard their innocent screams and watched their guiltless blood flow. Bang! Bang! The two tanks imploded into a rain of metal, fire, and ash. In one moment, they were barreling toward Lionel, and in the next, they exploded from within. Lionel felt the heat of the explosion blast against him, kicking his hair up in a storm of its tumult. But he continued to stand there indifferently. Clang! 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 One hand brandished a black spear. The other's fingers danced across the air like a composure that plucked the strings of the battlefield. His hair billowed in the air, 10 spheres of silver and dozens of foot-long needles hovering before him. He was just a single man blocking a flood from all sides, but he still stood tall. Chapter 414. Lionel was like a blazing sun. It felt, and even looked as though he was the central star of a world. Even the splintered steel walls around him began to turn a fierce shade of red, causing those invalids who still tried to climb it in his presence suffer a fate worse than death. This was none other than the manifestation of the female fire, Mage's domain. However, Lionel had come to understand that this couldn't be considered to be a true domain. The difference between it and his chain domain was subtle, but it was there. From his communication with the dictionary, Lionel learned that this went by many different names. Some worlds called it style, others called it martial arts, some called it a dogma or a Tao. Ultimately, this was the final branch of what Lionel had categorized as this new world order's power system. While there were many different magic systems with countless branches in between them, Lionel had ultimately broken down the overarching power system of the dimensional verse into just a few categories. The first was one's ability. This existed outside of everything else and could often be considered to be a unique talent. In many cases, one's ability provided one with an affinity, but there were some cases where it didn't have to either. It was a special category that could often make or break one's level of talent. The second category were lineage factors. This could be passed down to one from their parents or be a product of the future influencing the past. The third category was force. This category included neutral force and force strengthening deviations. There were countless methods of utilizing force, whether that be in hand-to-hand combat or even in mage arts. The fourth category were universal cycles. This branch of the power system used the universal force to give an overall boost to one's fighting ability. The fifth category was soul force or the mind, while the sixth category was the strengthening of one's body, both of which Lionel had dabbled in. From Lionel's current understanding, this style, or martial arts, or dogma, could be considered the seventh and final category. This was a comprehension that could fuse one's power systems into one, boosting it and helping one execute it all to the greatest possible extent. For example, Jolnia's fall style was one that emphasized a relentless attack. When this style was mastered, Jolnia was able to tailor her battle sense toward this particular style, allowing her attack, defense, and movement to display themselves as one seamless whole. If the first six categories were branches, this seventh category could be considered one's foundation, the very roots that held it all together. There were a countless variety of styles. The winged swordman style was one that emphasized the fluidity of motion, the fusion of one's steps with one's attack and retreat. It placed particular importance on speed, swiftness, flexibility, and agility. The bowwoman style was very similar to what Camelot knew as the general star. For ease, Lionel referred to it as the general style. It was calculating and considered every point in battle as a piece of the whole. Every step, every breath, and every thought one had was meant to bring one closer to victory. This style had no wasted energy and maximized efficiency. The final style, the style of the female fire mage, was one that brought one to the extremes of heat. This person embodied flames to such a great extent that all the fire elements in the surroundings couldn't help but surround them. In this way, it functioned more like the spell Light Domain rather than a true domain. However, much like the fall style caused the sound of crashing waters to fill the surroundings, the flame style preyed on a sense as well, except this time, it was of one's touch rather than one's hearing. The variations between styles was endless and all-encompassing. But one thing that was true is that regardless of the style, only a single one could be used at a given time unless they were fused together into a new comprehension. This made sense. After all, how could one follow multiple dogmas at once? One couldn't possibly have the style of an office worker and an athlete at the same time, right? At least that was the case for those who couldn't split their minds. Still, despite the fact Lionel could break this rule, he didn't feel a need to. It drew too much on his dream force to do so. Plus, for such a situation, he didn't need to. He continued to stand at the broken entrance of the fort, his battle intent blazing. He had not a single intention of letting anyone through. Joseph's gaze went blank. He stared without words at his screen, watching as the two tanks fell into an explosion of fire and shrapnel. His heart felt as though it was being torn out of his chest. Cat! Joseph's devastated roar resounded through the cockpit. The eyes of several of the drivers went red, their cannons aimed toward Lionel, their fury reaching untold heights. They were all a family. Many of them came together when they were at a vulnerable place and had learned to lean on one another. Kat wasn't just a woman, wasn't just a colleague. She was their sister, The same way Joseph was a father to her in many ways, she was a mother to others. Clang, clang, clang. Lionel's gaze remained blazing. He brandished his spear, drawing another line across the ground. This one was even further ahead and was even deeper. He didn't speak this time because there was no need to. His meaning couldn't have been clearer. If they dared to come any closer, he would only kill more. Joseph saw red. To his side, tears streaked down Damien's face. Though he didn't say a word and had clenched his jaw shut tight, the fury in his heart was no less than the others. Fire! Lionel's gaze flashed with a cold light. Chapter 4:15. Lionel might have reached the superior stage in his metal body, but he wasn't infallible. He was under no delusions that he would survive such an onslaught. And, even if by some miracle he did, he doubted that he would still be in position to fight. However, he didn't intend to allow such a thing to happen. His mind was on a completely different level. He could see everything before it happened. Joseph's order to fire. The spinning gears as the final tweaks were made to their aim. The slight scent of gunpowder. The touch of heat that graced the barrels. Lionel felt it all, as if he was right there in the cockpit with them all. Which tanks were firing, where they were in relation to him, exactly when their shells would exit the nozzles. He saw through it all, and exactly that would be their downfall. Lionel's raised hand trembled slightly. It was only the slightest flick, yet 7-foot-long needles shot forward at impossible speeds. They tore through the air, leaving a streak of smoke in their wake. Then, the sound barrier shattered. In one blink, the needles were floating by Lionel's side. In a second blink, they had appeared before the nozzles of the 7 firing tanks. In a third bang, 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 Joseph's heart trembled. No. It was almost as though he knew exactly what would happen the moment Lionel's fingers moved. The shells never got a chance to exit their barrels. The timing of Lionel's attack was so perfect that the needles met the projectiles within their nozzles. And the result was even more devastating than the first time. Joseph slumped into his chair, staring at his monitor with a pale expression. There was nothing he could even do. Despite the fact he had a high rank, he only had a healing ability. Even if he wanted to fight it out with Lionel to the death, was that even possible? At that moment, a mournful cry came from Joseph's side. Before he could even react, his younger brother had exploded through the roof doors of their tank. Damien saw nothing but red. The ground beneath him reacted just as violently, becoming a massive wave that shot him into the skies. He didn't have time to think of logic. He didn't have time to realize that his actions were futile. In the past, before even completing his force nodes, Lionel had already defeated him. Back then, Lionel was nowhere near the monster he was now. How could there even be a contest between them? Of course, Damien still felt that these matters were different from what they had once been in the past. His ability had improved, and his ability to use it had likewise improved. But could his improvement match with Lionel's? The ground rose like a tsunami, trying to envelop Lionel completely, and at the very least, its shadow succeeded in doing so. The sun was completely blotted out. All Lionel saw was a wave of earth and the man who stood atop of it, completely enraged. Unfortunately for Damien, he used his flow ability on earth. Lionel spread out his hands, facing his palm toward Damien. Earth and shackle. Damien suddenly jolted to a stop. The earth he had always been able to control at a whim suddenly became like a steel behemoth, unwilling to heed his calls for help. His body was almost thrown off due to his forward momentum, but that was when he suddenly found his ankles and wrists had been caught, shackled down without even a chance to escape. Damien's attempts came to a grinding halt before he could even get close. Though he was the one in the air now, shackled by earth that had once been under his control, he still felt as though it was Lionel who was looking down on him. The world fell into an odd silence for a moment. The screams and blood had come to a stop within the city. The rumbling tanks never even made it to the gates, and even the invalids that had approached close enough to do anything had been slaughtered by Lionel just as quickly. At that moment, Miles had managed to crawl his way back up to an undamaged section of the wall. Heavy breaths heave his chest as he sat slumped to the ground. He had no idea what happened below. The only slight clue he had was Lionel's familiar voice roaring through the city. But he had yet to confirm if that voice that haunted his nightmares was really the same person who had spoken just now. But at this moment, he simply didn't care. He had managed to survive, and that was all that mattered. A growl suddenly caught Miles' attention. He looked over to find that he had managed to crawl back up to a section of the wall where the white wolf variant invalid had been caged. They had been planning on bringing it down the wall and into the inner city. But, obviously, the Slayer Legion had ruined those plans. The blue-eyed wolf continued to growl at Miles, but it didn't lunge forward. It had learned its lesson about this cage a long time ago. Despite its massive body, this prison treated it no differently from an ordinary house dog. Miles looked away from the white wolf and stood. Seeing that it was still imprisoned gave him a sense of confidence. By now, this white wolf had become his greatest trump card. With Miles' intelligence, he could tell that he had been abandoned. He, of course, knew about the greater security of the inner city. After all, he was the one who deployed the illusion that kept it hidden. But he had never expected to be hung out to dry like this. Miles chuckled silently to himself as he stood. Maybe this was the first time he truly understood the world he had been born in. The worst part was that even if he returned alive, he would have to pretend as though he didn't know a thing. He was a man without power. Did he even have the right to feel aggrieved? Feelings and fairness were commodities reserved for those with strength. Try to bring balance to a world without power was no different than asking for death. Miles took a deep breath and calmed his beating heart, a resoluteness in his gaze. There would come a day where PCHU. Miles looked down, only to find a bloody hole the size of a bowling ball in his chest. His final thoughts couldn't even finish before he collapsed to the ground, his vision swimming. Shush. It's okay, little white. I can't believe these bastards locked you up either. It's fine. Don't be mad at me. You know I had to let you suffer a bit. We'll pay them back 100-fold soon. These were the last words Miles heard before his life faded from the world. Unfortunately, they were spoken in a language he couldn't comprehend. As for his last sight, if one found his soul and questioned it, he would swear that it was a pair of white irises. Chapter 416. Lionel clenched his fists, causing the mountain of earth Damien was chained to collapse to the ground. His fingers flicked out once again. This time, however, instead of steel needles being shot out, little Tali's spherical forms tore through the air, appearing about the remaining tanks. In the blink of an eye, through little Tali, Lionel not only sealed the barrels of the tanks, but also the roof doorways. Beyond that, he also sealed a hidden escape hatch. With his understanding of the tanks, how could he miss something like that? From start to finish, those of the Slayer Legion didn't dare to move. In truth, after Lionel moved again, they thought they would die. But even after realizing that they would keep their lives, a bout of despair overwhelmed them. To a rebel, being captured by the Empire meant that their lives were all but over. Earth only had a single prison located on the 9th-ranked province, the Dark Cloud province. It could be said that though the monitoring bracelets were a huge invasion of privacy, they did their job. The crime rates were exceptionally low. Beyond this, the rehabilitation of criminals was also excellent. For those who committed petty crimes or lower-level felonies, they received ample help to get their lives back on track. However, those who were deemed irredeemable were all sent to Dark Cloud Prison. This wasn't a typical story of prison horror. There were no tall tales of torture or terrible living conditions. In fact, the Empire had allowed reporters and activists into this prison many times before. It could be said that for an empire willing to let 99% of its population die, the Empire was ironically humane in other ways. However, everyone knew that no one who ever stepped in a Dark Cloud prison ever took a single step out. There were only two greatly protected regions of Earth that were perfectly prepared for the metamorphosis. One was the capital, and the second was Dark Cloud Province. Even after the metamorphosis descended, not a single person managed to escape. Those of the Slayer Legion slumped into their chairs. They knew that as of now, their lives were over. Lionel lowered his hands, his chest heaving. Using his ability to analyze and scope out the situation had been easy. Commanding Little Tolly's actions had also been easy. But using his chain domain made him feel as though he was squeezing what remained of his life out. Before, Lionel had only used his chain domain for a split moment against that mental mage. Plus, back then, his chain domain had been incomplete and imperfect. Now, however, his chain domain was perfect. It took far more out of him to use, especially as violently as he had just done. Restraining a target was one thing, but constricting them to death was an entirely separate matter. Unfortunately, since his hand were tied, Lionel had no choice but to use this method. If my spear force was in the fourth dimension, it wouldn't be nearly as taxing, but Lionel sighed and shook his head, revolving his 3 stars to recover quickly. He knew he couldn't break through into the fourth dimension until he comprehended the Four Seasons realm. But, in truth, he hadn't even begun to try just yet. He wasn't quite sure how to. What Lionel didn't know was that there wasn't necessarily a how. Those who comprehended the Four Seasons realm on their own relied on sudden enlightenment and meditation. But with how Lionel's life never allowed him a moment to rest, whether or not he could succeed in this matter was still unknown. What I do now? Lionel felt a sudden headache coming on. He had come here to take the fort down. He had never expected to be the one to save it. HM? Lionel's gaze sharpened. He looked to his back, only to be slightly shocked as the illusion around the inner city began to slowly collapse. The truth was that this illusion was never able to hide itself from Lionel's eyes. But now the dream force around it was dissipating, making it possible for everyone to see the hidden truth. It was a massive metal dome. It stretched in length and width for at least 10 kilometers. As for its height, it completely dwarfed the 20-meter-tall or so walls of the outer city. It rose up at least a kilometer in that aspect alone. It could only be described as a behemoth. With the illusion gone, the true size of the city seemed to become obvious. The outer city was just a small ring around the outside compared to the monstrosity that took up the center of all of their lives. Seeing such a sight, Lionel felt the rage he thought he had calmed his chest flare up again. With such a large space, was it really so impossible to allow everyone in? Did they really disdain to do so this much? The worst part about it all was that the alloys used to form this dome couldn't even be breathed in the same breath as those that built the outer wall. It was infinitely close to a fourth dimension metal. In fact, this was simply because it was formed of a collection of third-dimensional metals. In terms of strength alone, if Lionel's analysis was correct, it put many fourth-dimensional metals to shame. Yet, the outer wall was only considered to be strong within the third dimension. The difference was so striking that one almost couldn't help but laugh. Lionel didn't have the time to care why the illusion had faded. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and flatten the dome he saw before him. Yep. Just when Lionel was about to do something stupid, a little mink pounced in his arms. This small action seemed to snap him back to reality. Lionel looked up to find Aina following after the little mink, her great sword seemingly unblemished by battle. "They're clear?" Lionel asked. Aina nodded. While Lionel's job had been to stop any more from leaking in, Aina had teamed up with the little mink to take out any that had managed to make their way into the city. Lionel sighed. He really wasn't sure what to do. He shook his head. Maybe I should just try to repair this wall first. Can I do it alone, though? HM? Lionel frowned, his gaze focusing back on the little mink. What were these little faint black balls floating around Little Black Star? Chapter 417. Lionel put his spear away and raised the little mink in his arms, observing the little guy curiously. When he focused in on the blobs of black, Lionel realized something astonishing. Each one of them had a different character to them. Those with stronger presences were larger, while those with weaker ones were smaller. But it wasn't just this either. Each seemed to have a different feel. The largest of them carried a biting cold to them. There were two of them in total. One seemed to want to completely envelop you in an avalanche, while the other was sharp like a thin, cooled knife slicing into your body. Lionel felt like he remembered them from somewhere. Those 12 ice guards, two of them reminded me of this feeling. Lionel's eyes widened in realization. These blobs, they were the shadows of the enemies little Black Star had killed. Black Star can't absorb them? Lionel thought, confused. They're disappearing too. Lionel seemed to realize two things immediately after understanding what he was dealing with. The first was that Black Star didn't seem capable of swallowing these shadows like he had the shadow of Simeon's numbered warrior. And the second was that they were slowly fading. The more powerful of them seemed to linger on for longer, but the weaker ones were already collapsing to the point Lionel could hardly sense them. There are two potential reasons for why Black Star can't absorb them. It's either that he had an affinity limitation, or it's that he can only take in one at a time. If it's the latter, then that means the only way he could take on a new ability is if he gave the one he is already... Lionel frowned, sinking into his own thoughts. The ability Black Star could mimic now came from one of Simeon's hand-picked warriors. From Lionel's comprehension, it was an S-grade ability at worst. That said, the Ice Guards were SSS-grade invalids, so their abilities obviously likewise followed suit. The true issue was that the sharpness ability of that numbered warrior was very useful to Lionel. When he and the little mink worked in tandem, Lionel could gain an extension of this ability. This was what had allowed him to threaten Jolnia's life back then. Of course, at the time, Lionel had also relied on many other things like the general style and his dreamscape battle sense. But it was still an important factor. Lionel curiously reached out a hand toward one of the shadows. He didn't seem to realize that Aina was looking at him from the side, with a confused light coloring her eyes. It seemed that only Lionel and little Black Star could see these floating shadows. Huh? Lionel shot his hand back, his heartbeat quickening. What's wrong? Aina finally couldn't hold back, a slight tinge of worry in her voice. The little mink had charged over here after sensing Lionel's agitation. So, she had already appeared, realizing she might have to calm Lionel down from doing something stupid again. But this was completely out of her expectations. Lionel took a deep breath and explained things. I felt as though something about myself would fundamentally change if I absorbed it into my body. You are saying others can absorb them? Aina's expression changed. Such a thing was inconceivable. If this was true, then the value of such an ability would be impossible to calculate. Aina couldn't help but look toward the little mink with a new light in her eyes. The little mink crawled up from Lionel's hands, up his arm, and stood proudly on his shoulder, as though showing off. Such a scene pulled out a smile from the depths of Aina's heart. I don't think it's so simple, Lionel said slowly. It's hard to explain, but I felt as though absorbing that shadow would take something away from me, almost as though it was taking an average of my shadow, and this one to form an all-new shadow. Lionel's senses were incredibly sensitive. On top of that, his memory was impeccable. He was able to simulate that exact moment again and again in his dream world. What if Lionel closed his eyes? With Aina around him, he didn't have to worry about anything else. In his dream world, a new dream clone appeared. But this time, it wasn't himself, but rather a perfect replica of Joel. Everything from his height, to his mannerisms, to his ability were perfectly reflected. After breaking through, Lionel's simulations within the third dimension had a 99% accuracy rating. He could practically reflect the world perfectly in his mind. Over 10 minutes later, Lionel opened his eyes, his gaze blazing. Aina, who had been watching over Lionel this whole looked to him with a half-annoyed, half-curious look. This really wasn't the place to suddenly be taking a nap. By now, the shadows had all faded away into nothing, but Lionel didn't mind one bit. To him, the information he gleaned from them was far more important than the strength they could provide him. This matter was life-changing. He couldn't just casually take action without testing out every parameter he could. In that time, Lionel learned a few things. First, the limitation on the little mink wasn't affinity-related, it was a limitation of quantity. In a little guy's current state, only a single ability could be absorbed by him. Second, anyone could absorb any shadow as long as they had the little mink as a proxy. However, it wouldn't be a simple addition to one's ability. Only the little mink had the benefit of absorbing abilities without consequences. Everyone else had to weigh the pros and cons. One had to treat the shadow like one's soul. Randomly absorbing the shadows of others into oneself would be like changing oneself fundamentally. If someone with a strong ability absorbed a weaker ability, that someone's overall strength would become an average of the two. In addition, if the two abilities weren't compatible, it could lead to a disharmony that could cripple a person entirely. Even beyond this, there was the matter of oneself. It was very likely that absorbing a shadow could influence one's personality in ways one would never even expect. All of this made Lionel realize that this ability would be useless for him. Where could he find an ability comparable or better to the quasi-silver monstrosity that was his own? And even if he did, where would he find one compatible with something as outrageously rare as Dreamforce? But Lionel didn't care. He felt that he was talented and powerful enough. He had yet to find his match in that regard, though that was obviously in part due to the fact he had yet to reach higher dimensional worlds. What Lionel really cared about were the benefits his teammates might gain from this. If they had more strength to protect themselves, it would be for the best. Lionel kept getting this nagging feeling that something big was coming, but he couldn't completely finish connecting all the dots. This left him feeling uneasy. Unfortunately, all he could do was prepare to the best of his ability. Still, he had to consider the problem of warped personalities. If the friends he had grown up with all his life suddenly became completely different people, then who had he saved exactly? Lionel sighed and rubbed the little mink's head, its little whiskers twitching. At that moment, the grinding of loud gears caught Lionel's attention. Oh, so they want to open the inner city now? Lionel's gaze suffused with a cold light. Chapter 4:18. Lionel watched as the door's gates opened. Despite being several kilometers away, due to the size of the dome and his own senses, he might as well have been right in front of it all. We should go, Aina said softly. If they stayed here and were subject to the same technology the invalid horde had been, they would definitely suffer. There were just two of them. No matter how powerful they were, they still weren't prepared to take down such a behemoth alone, at least not without proper planning. Since Lionel had already met his goal of securing the safety of his friends, there was really no need to keep risking themselves here. It was a pointless endeavor. I can't leave without killing the junior governor duke, Lionel said. Aina sent a glance over to Lionel. She still remembered that over a year ago, Lionel couldn't even stomach killing a human. But now he was going out of his way to make sure one in particular felt his wrath. She couldn't say that she was opposed to this. This was a realization she always hoped Lionel would come to. But at the same time, she liked Lionel's innocence and naivete. Though this was a much better mentality for Lionel to have in such a world, she still felt like she was losing something. They wouldn't release the illusion over the inner city without reason. He might already be dead. Lionel's brows raised. Now that he thought about it, that was true. Miles had been on the wall when the explosion suddenly went off. The possibility of his death was quite high, especially since his ability wasn't physical. Lionel released his internal sight. He had been completely focused on the battle with the Slayer Legion originally, so he didn't have the mind to care for other things. Though the battle had seemed simple and easy, had Lionel not been able to calculate every minute detail, it was very possible that he could have been the one that ended up dying. Huh? Lionel's eyes sharpened. What is it? Aina asked. He really is dead. Aina nodded. Let's go then. There's nothing else to do here. It's not that simple. Someone killed him. One of the invalids. I can't be sure. Normally an invalid would want a human's ethereal glabella, but his skull is intact. There's only a hole through his chest. Then isn't it obvious? Aina asked. They closed the inner city without sending someone to save him. Someone plotted against him for whatever reason. It might have something to do with his choice to bomb the fort back then. Maybe. Lionel's eyes narrowed. At the moment, his senses locked onto an open cage. He remembered that this was the same cage that held the white wolf variant invalid before. But this cage only had damage from the outside. Someone released that beast. Sparks continued to fly within Lionel's dreamscape, but he still didn't have enough information. He had no idea what was happening. "Young miss." A sudden voice cut off Lionel's thoughts. Ana's expression changed. Suddenly, Lionel found his hand being pulled by something soft as he was dragged away. He looked back over his shoulder to see Yuri hiking up her dress and chasing after them. "This feels oddly familiar." Lionel's train of thought was interrupted as he laughed. This was the second time he and Ana had run away from Yuri. He didn't know why Ana wanted to avoid her so much, but he had to say he didn't mind holding on such a soft hand. Lionel couldn't be certain if Ana's scars only impacted her face, but what he was sure of was the fact her hands were perfect and without flaw. Is it creepy to be attracted to a slender hand? Lionel thought to himself. "Young miss, stop running." Unfortunately for Yuri, compared to the past, Lionel and Ana were even faster. Eventually, she could only stop running as they disappeared into the distance. In the place of the running couple, Lionel's teammates suddenly appeared once again amid dim, flashing lights. Hints of confusion on their faces due to the unexpected teleportation. Miles looked toward Joel and Raj. Then all three met gazes with Yuri. They all had the same abandoned look in their eye. First time, Yuri's chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, a hint of sympathy in her voice. The three nodded like wounded children. Yuri rose to her tippy toes and patted their shoulders. "You get used to it." While the Royal Blue Fort had been attacked by an unknown entity, the capital was coming up with ways to deal with the addition of a second moon. Under this second moon's influence, it had been difficult for Earth to get a moment of peace. But, as though this wasn't bad enough, their world's evolution had been accelerated, causing an epidemic of force surges to erupt. The activity of beasts and invalids alike grew as a result, making the environment far more volatile. Instances of beast and invalid hordes were taking the infantile world by storm. It was amidst these challenges that news of this second moon was finally disseminated and reached the ears of the most powerful men and women of Earth. The appearance of a kingdom within the territory of the Ascension Empire, it was unacceptable. The instant these matters were learned about, the Empire sounded the war drums. For the first time in centuries, a true threat had appeared within their territory. For the vast majority of Earth, even getting access to the normal tech they had was impossible. But in the past year, the Empire hadn't been sitting on its laurels. With the resources it had access to, the capital had quickly become a place no less prosperous than any other fourth-dimensional world. In addition, even without access to technology, it was a simple matter for those of the capital to exchange for treasures that would allow them to travel to this second moon. War drums beat. War flags rose. A patriotic aura thrummed throughout the capital. As for the chosen leader of this expedition, Prince Noah Fox. Chapter 419. Ana dragged Lionel along until they were easily over 5 kilometers away. For the two of them, crossing this distance only took a handful of minutes. When Ana finally let go of his hand, Lionel couldn't help but laugh. He laughed quite heartily at that. With the snow falling from the skies and abandoned buildings all around them, it felt as though they were in their own world. Ana pouted slightly. She realized that this was the second time she had run away from Yuri with Lionel like that. She didn't really know why, it was just an instinct. She should have just run away alone. At least then he wouldn't be laughing at her like this. Why do you always run away from Yuri like that? She's probably been waiting months to see you again and was definitely happy to see you. Lionel finally found this to be quite odd. The first time he hadn't really thought much about it, but he hadn't expected it to be a pattern. Ana hesitated. It's fine if you don't want to say. Lionel waved her off. Anna didn't really like speaking about her past. He didn't want to press her for information and end up pushing her away further. No, I mean, Yuri was sent to look after me by my father. Lionel froze for a moment. Anna's father? After he heard of her hatred for the Brazinger family, Lionel thought both of Anna's parents had died. But now that he thought about it, Anna's exact words back then had been, "The short of it is that I don't have a family. I had a mother, and my father is no longer with me." Anna had made it clear that her mother was dead, but it seemed that even she wasn't quite sure of the current status of her father. Maybe Yuri being sent to her was also a surprise on her part. Just from looking into Anna's eyes, Lionel could see a swirl of emotion. Hesitancy, sadness, resilience, resentment. Even without Anna explaining anything more, Lionel could extrapolate quite a lot. It was likely that Anna believed her father had been dead too until Yuri suddenly appeared. Then she must have wondered why her father would leave her alone if he had been alive all along. Lionel didn't want to read into it too much, but he must have felt quite similarly until Dreamforce had allowed him to remember those forgotten memories about his mother. Truth be told, Lionel had never thought about what it would be like to meet Anna's parents before. He was a sociable person and wasn't very nervous about the prospect. But hearing that Anna's father was alive made him frown. In the end, he chose not to judge without understanding the full story. But if there came a day where he learned that her father didn't have a good reason, Anna shook her head as though pulling herself out of her own thoughts. "It's not a big deal. It isn't as though I hate her or anything." After saying this, Anna fell silent once again. Lionel smiled. "Your birthday is soon, right?" Anna was stunned by these words. Lionel shrugged. "It's kind of hard to keep up with what the date is with all the changing timelines we've been traveling through, but I think I have a pretty accurate grasp of it. My birthday wasn't long ago, so I know yours is soon." Yep. Lionel wasn't certain if the little mink understood what he was saying or not, but excitedly hopped up and down. It seemed to at least understand that a birthday was a nice thing. Now that Lionel thought about it, his last 2 birthdays had been quite depressing. One was spent within the Mayan tomb, and the next was spent training in Brave City. Usually, during that time of year, his father would give him a gift. Funny enough, usually that gift ended up being more of a present for his dad than himself. Most of the time, it was some vintage DVD with some anime from hundreds of years ago. Thinking of this, Lionel couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "What do you want to do for your birthday?" Anna seemed stunned by the question. Celebrate a birthday? Now, was he crazy? In the end, without an answer to give, she ended up glaring at Lionel. Why was he always so immature? Even seeing this, Lionel's smile didn't fade. "Fine, since you don't have an answer, it'll surprise you." Looking at Lionel's grin, it seemed like he had no intention of listening to her words. In fact, her glare, which was usually quite effective, seemed to have hit a brick wall this time. "Huh?" Lionel wanted to tease Anna some more, but his gaze locked onto a bird in the sky. The beast quickly descended, approaching the pair with a blazing speed. Lionel almost attacked it initially, but after a while, he became fairly certain that it had no ill intentions. This message method, Camelot, Lionel couldn't be 100% certain, but this mode of communication shouldn't exist on Earth. But regardless of where the message itself came from, Lionel had no idea who would be contacting him at all. The bird descended, landing in Lionel's palm. "Hello, handsome little boy. I placed a small tracking spell on your necklace treasure. I hope you don't mind. I know you have a kind heart, so I thought I would reach out to you now. My demon empire needs some help. We're currently being attacked by those we assume are your people. I hope you can help us communicate with them. In return, Big Sis has plenty of rewards for you." Lionel coughed violently hearing this message, his head slowly turning in Anna's direction. But all he found were blinking, curious eyes and a light smile. Lionel easily recognized that this message was from Mordred, but he couldn't help but lament her timing. Why now? Couldn't she have picked a better moment? Smiling an ugly smile, Lionel squeezed out a dry laugh. "I didn't know you had an elder sister," Anna said, her smile never fading. Lionel had no idea why. but these words felt like a fatal blow. Legends say one could hear the whimpers of a young man that day beneath the heavily falling snow. Chapter 420. After Lionel was settled in, he became shocked by this sudden change. The Empire was attacking Camelot? No, maybe he wasn't so surprised about this much. This was the way of the Empire. Ever since they had taken power, they had never allowed any true threats to their sovereignty to survive. Maybe only the Slayer Legion could accomplish such a feat, but even then, they had only been able to do so by hiding away and tucking their tails for decades on end. However, compared to the Slayer Legion, Camelot's location was laid bare for all to see. There was no chance to hide or be covert, and maybe even they weren't aware of why they had to do so either. As far as citizens of Camelot were concerned, they were in the same location as they'd always been. As for their rulers, many of them might have an inkling, but only Mordred knew exactly what was happening thanks to the trial grounds she shared with Lionel. So, what Lionel was maybe truly surprised about was the fact Mordred had reached out to him at all. Though it couldn't be said that they were enemies, a few months ago all of Lionel's thoughts were filled with how to kill this woman. It was only after seeing her backstory and sympathizing with her that he couldn't bear to do so any longer. Lionel couldn't help but hesitate. The Empire was attacking Camelot. Was this really something he should be interfering in? What could he even do? He felt that Mordred overestimated him due to his talent, let alone the fact that Lionel had yet to meet the other talents of Earth and wasn't exactly certain how he stacked up to them. Even if he was far beyond what they could match, it simply wouldn't matter. None of them even knew his name, and by the time he proved he had strength and should be listened to, he'd likely be an enemy of them all. This was the Empire they were talking about. They weren't exactly great listeners. On top of that, Lionel didn't owe Camelot anything. If anything, he had saved them. What reason did he have to protect them? If Lionel placed his bias against the Empire's side and looked at the bigger picture, if the people of Camelot were under the rulership of the Ascension Empire, they'd be much safer. Did I really just think that? How safe were the people of the fort when the nobles decided to abandon them? Lionel sighed and shook his head. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It wasn't Camelot that asked me for help, but the Demon Empire. That was right. Most of the reasons Camelot was such a bad place to live in the first place was because of the existence of the Demon Empire. It would be quite ridiculous if he went to save the demons that made their lives a living hell to begin with. Aina watched from the side, her expression far less playful now. She could almost see the struggle on Lionel's face as he wrestled with whether to do something rational or foolish. How do you feel about the Empire? Aina suddenly said. I don't like it. Lionel replied absent-mindedly. And why is that? They don't value lives. They treat their citizens like they can be plugged into risk assessment equations and deleted whenever they've overstayed their welcome. They don't keep tabs on the corruption of their nobles, letting them do as they please. They monitor the every movement of their people as though they were cattle rather than human beings. Lionel rattled off his thoughts almost like a machine. Compared to people who didn't normally understand what they were feeling and why, Lionel's ability practically didn't allow him to do this. His every thought had a very logical reason behind it, at least logical to himself. This was why his feelings for Aina were so incomprehensible. They were the one thing about himself that he truly couldn't explain. And it was ironically the one thing that he didn't try too hard to explain either. Isn't the answer simple, then? Aina said with a smile. Who cares about anything else as long as you're standing in their way? Lionel snapped out his rant, his eyes brightening as he shot a glance toward Aina. You're right. Lionel grinned. The bird in Lionel's palm had an amulet around its neck. Lionel didn't need to think much about it to understand what it was. On the amulet, there was a key of some sort. Of course, this key wasn't physical, but was rather drawn as an art. This key represented the location coordinates of a teleportation reception pad. If Lionel used this key as the core of a large-scale teleportation array, he would be able to go directly toward where Mordred was. It will take me quite a few hours to finish drawing this array, let's find a secluded place. Aina followed after Lionel quietly. Though Lionel's reasons for doing this were quite simple and pure, Aina's couldn't be categorized as such. In her mind, the more chaos her world was in, the more battles she would be able to participate in and the faster she would be able to strengthen herself. This was what she cared about the very most. Plus, she was absolutely certain that if the Empire was making such big moves, it was impossible for the hidden families to not be involved. Earth's second moon, dubbed Camelot, was still the very same mess of torrential rain it had been when Lionel left it. However, this time, it had been splintered in a large-scale war the likes of which it had not seen in a very long time. After scouting out the moon, the Empire concluded that the best target would be the Demon Empire. From their understanding, Camelot's kingdom had greatly weakened after losing 6 Knights of the Round Table and 2 3-star Magi. In such a vulnerable position, if the Empire swooped in and eliminated the threat that had been plaguing them for centuries, how many would willingly choose to leave the rulership of King Arthur? Gazing toward the no-man's land of Camelot, a familiar young man with white gold hair and shimmering emerald eyes stood amidst the heavy rain. However, every drop that approached him rebounded off of a golden barrier, becoming sparkling motes of light as they scattered. Compared to when he was in the presence of his grandfather, Noah's demeanor was far more level-headed and peaceful. Though he lacked the arrogance one would expect from a prince between his brow, he had a natural air of superiority about him, one ingrained down to his very bones. "The meeting is beginning, Your Highness." Noah nodded and made his way to an elaborate tent covered in soft, black bear fur. It too seemed unblemished by the rain. Chapter 421. The tent was massive, reaching 10 meters into the sky and 20 in every other direction. Though it couldn't be considered to be lavishly decorated, everything was neatly arranged, and not even the fibers of the bee's skin carpets swayed out of proper order. The lights were dim, but warm, and a smell of harmonious nature hung in the air. In truth, it seemed more like the abode of a warlord than an empire's prince. But it exuded an air of dominance and demanded absolute obedience at the same time. Numerous young faces all turned toward Noah at once and rose from their seated positions. Not a single one showed even a hint of disrespect. In fact, some of them looked on with trepidation. Noah maintained an even pace as he made his way to the head of the table. It was only after he sat that the others followed suit, a heaviness reigning over the atmosphere. This wasn't the first time Noah had led an expedition. With their talent, many of them had entered zones and invalid clearing teams with him in the past. They knew how he operated and how meticulous he was. Stepping out of line wasn't acceptable. This was why the tent had been completely silent before he entered, and even after he did, it remained as such. Noah glanced toward the 3-dimensional map that spread out across the table. This map was actually the representation of top-of-the-line nanotechnology. Under normal conditions, it would blend into the table and be invisible. However, after observing a target, it would perfectly replicate a scaled version. In fact, if fitted with all the bells and whistles necessary, it could even provide live observation of a target. Unfortunately, they had only been able to deploy a small portion of this technology. Unlocking the full scope of its abilities would require deploying force disruption towers all across this second moon. But that obviously was not possible for now. After a long while, Noah finally spoke. "What is the report on their strength? According to our scouts, they're infinitely close to a 4th-dimensional world in strength, Your Highness. The main targets to look out for are those they call the Demon Lords, the Knight of the Round Table, and the 3-star Magi. Aside from this, the most powerful existences on this moon are characters they know as King Arthur, Queen Guinevere, Lancelot, and Mordred." The youths looked toward each other with weird gazes. Did they get dropped into a fairy tale or something? Though they had been briefed on the truth behind the appearance of this second moon, it was still too hard for them to accept. How could stories become real? And if stories could become real, where exactly was the blurred line between reality and fiction? However, considering the identity of the young woman who had spoken, none of them dared to make jokes about it easily. If Noah was the one they feared the most, this young lady was very much a close second. She had a slender little button nose and short cropped hair that made her look quite adorable. That, coupled with her short stature of barely 54-inch and her petite frame, made her seem like a treasure everyone wanted to protect. That was until you heard her cold voice and saw those piercing blue eyes. She seemed to bore into your soul with her every action, shocking your system with ice. This young lady was the youngest daughter of the Grand Prime Minister Scarlet family, Jessica Scarlet. Much like Governor Duke was a fusion of the governor and duke titles, the Grand Prime Minister was a fusion of the Grand Duke and Prime Minister titles. While there were 8 Governor Dukes, the Empire only had 2 Grand Prime Ministers. And, while the territories of the Governor Dukes were out of the capital, the Grand Prime Ministers had the most prestigious province as their stomping grounds. Jessica was too young to be in line for any hereditary titles and was technically not meant to gain much power from her family as a result, but her own abilities spoke too loudly. Still, despite the fact she was more than worthy to fight for the position of Grand Prime Minister in the future, she had practically been a glorified secretary to Noah since she was 13 years old. Even now that she was almost 23, she hadn't deviated from this role at all. In fact, the only difference between her past self and her current self was that she had swapped out her usual gray pantsuit for a flexible leather-patched armor. From afar, she looked no different from a female sniper to assassin, even down to the numerous knives strapped across her body. Despite her small stature, she had quite a good figure as well. This much was clear even when she wore those gray pantsuits. Not that anyone dared to look. Anyway, maybe Jessica was the only one who could read out names like Mordred and King Arthur without bursting into a fit of laughter. It was clear that she found nothing funny about it. Or maybe she didn't have much of a sense of humor to begin with. Infinitely close to the 4th dimension. A young man asked, "How do they manage to pull this off?" The other youths nodded. They too were curious about this. From their understanding, this world shouldn't be so strong. After all, it came from an SS grade zone. It's impossible to tell so early on. Jessica replied coldly. Our best guess is that their force seems to be several times thicker than the norm. It is likely that they have a technique able to thicken force beyond the normal limits. This much has also been partially confirmed from other avenues of intelligence. After allowing the youths to murmur amongst each other for a while, Noah finally spoke again. Our target is the Demon Empire. What are the main pitfalls? The first is their numbers. The second is our ignorance. The last is their terrain advantage. Jessica replied efficiently. Their numbers aren't only made up of demon lords, but also large hordes of demonic beasts. They seem to have some methods of controlling these hordes, though not with great accuracy. Secondly, we are ignorant of much of their methods. They seem to employ a branch of force arts for what they call magic or mage arts. We are still gathering information on this. I suggest that we send a few ambassadors to their kingdom and form friendly relations. Lastly, the terrain. Their so-called Demon Empire's core is located within a mountainous region. It's almost impossible to launch a large-scale attack. Noah nodded, tapping lightly on the table. His mind spun quickly, his gaze locking on to the mountainous regions Jessica mentioned. A suffocating aura exuded from the young prince. At that moment, many around him could hardly breathe. Seemingly used to such a thing, they could only clench their jaws, waiting for it to pass. Finally, the tapping stopped. Forming diplomatic relations is not a bad idea, but it will take too long. Imperial Grandfather granted us 3 months at most to complete this mission. We can't afford to waste it. Since there is no path of attack through the mountains, we will make one. Implement the detonation plan of 2097. Jessica, you will lead your squad to deal with the demonic beasts. The more you pull into our control, the better. You have 2 weeks. Finally, send an ultimatum to this King Arthur. It's either he helps us to level this demon empire, or, after we're done, he'll be next. Chapter 422. A sudden flash caught the patrolling guards by surprise. The location was a dark castle hidden within the depths of a mountainous region. It was designed so well that it seemed to blend into the jagged structure of the mountains around it, giving off a dark and sinister vibe. It was safe to say that such a region rarely, if ever, received visitors. And those who could use this teleportation platform were even rarer. However, the guard were even more shocked when they realized that their two guests were humans. Any other guards would likely lash out with an attack by now. But these guards were so used to doing nothing that they were stunned for a moment, not knowing how they should react. At that moment, Lionel's vision cleared and he locked eyes on the two demon guards before him. Both of them were women dressed a bit too scantily for a normal teenage boy to ignore. Of course, that was only if these teenage boys weren't Lionel Morales. The two guards had pale violet skin and twin horns that came out from their seemingly delicate foreheads. As though that wasn't enough to complete the picture, they both had thin, devilish tails. No matter how one looked at it, these two were a pair of succubi. Lionel couldn't imagine how Mordred thought to receive good quality protection from these two. Lionel looked toward Aina and back before clearing his throat. "Hello, I'm Lionel. Mordred asked to see me." Lionel rarely felt awkward socializing with others, but this was simply too much. Was this how he should be asking to see a demon empress that was feared by so many? Why did it sound like he was checking in at a doctor's appointment? The two demon women looked toward one another, seemingly communicating about whether they should be attacking now or not. Luckily, large doors off to the side of the quiet room suddenly opened, revealing the figure of a voluptuous woman with pale skin. It seemed as though the only hint of color on her body were her red lips. As for everything else, they seemed painted in black and white. Who else could this person be, if not the demon Empress Mordred? Mordred smiled, opening her soft lips to speak. But she suddenly paused when she noticed Aina, her lashes fluttering as she blinked, a curious light in her eye. Looking from Aina to Lionel then back, a sudden amused light colored her eyes. Lionel and Aina, correct? Lionel was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Mordred had seen his life from start to end like he had hers. Even though this Aina didn't match up to his memories, with some context clues and an intelligent mind, it wasn't much of a problem to draw the proper conclusion. Lionel smiled. "Demon Empress." Mordred giggled. "You don't have to call me that. Just call me Big Sis or M." Lionel coughed lightly. "M it is, then." Mordred only laughed more at this reaction. "Come with me. They'll show you to some accommodations. I might as well act as a proper host." Mordred left with Lionel and Aina under the stunned gazes of the two female demons. Was this really their demon empress? "All right, you two can have this room." After traveling through what Lionel could only describe as a dreary and dark castle styled after Earth's Victorian era, Mordred finally stopped at yet another massive door. This castle had a severe lack of normal-sized doors. All the ones they had come across to this point were 10 meters tall at the smallest, and all had elaborate archways. Seeing this door, however, Lionel began coughing again. "Just one room?" Mordred sent Lionel a glance, as though she was looking at an idiot. Even if someone was going to say that, shouldn't he have waited for Aina to speak first? Who was the real man in this relationship? Aina didn't say much as she walked into the room, leaving Mordred staring at Lionel and shaking her head in disappointment. Lionel went to scratch his head out of habit, but accidentally interrupted the nap of the little mink. In return, he received a strong swipe that left his hand aching. Mordred pursed her lips and shook her head. "Big Sis knows a lot about getting women. Stop being a pansy." Lionel watched as Mordred walked away, completely speechless. How was he a pansy? In fact, he sometimes felt he was a little too bold. How many people would confess so many times? Maybe that wasn't so much of a good thing. Lionel coughed silently to himself. If one had followed him for the last day, they'd probably assume he had a cold of some sort. Lionel walked into the room after Aina, his head swirling with confusing thoughts. Was he really a pansy? Have a nice rest. Mordred's voice came from the hallway. "We can talk about the rest tomorrow morning." Lionel felt the door lightly click behind him. He didn't need to think to know that this was Mordred taking action again. The first thing he saw was a massive bed. It was at least 3 meters in width and 5 in length. It was covered with a canopy that partially hid the other details at the same time. The colors of the room were quite warm and much less bland than the rest of the palace. Mostly deep reds, violets, and blues. It was quite easy on the eyes. A light scent of roses hung in the air. It wasn't too overpowering, but definitely not subtle either. All in all, it felt like a meticulously sculpted room for a couple. Anna didn't seem to react much to this. She simply walked to the master bathroom and locked the door behind her, leaving Lionel to his own thoughts. By the time she walked out half an hour later, Lionel was still standing in the same spot, trying to understand. After a while, he looked up and smiled. "Need help drying your hair again?" Hearing these words, Anna blushed slightly, thinking about the last time. But in the end, she still nodded. Chapter 4:23. The next morning, Lionel and Anna entered the Demon Empire's war room. Compared to the sweetness of the past day, the atmosphere was much tenser. In fact, even Mordred's playful attitude had completely vanished. She sat upon a chair with a tall back, staring intently at a massive map before her. It detailed everything about Camelot and the Demon Empire, even down to the smallest and most inconsequential rivers and hills. Mordred was so lost in her own thoughts and worry that she didn't even notice the arrival of Lionel and Anna. Others of her empire might have been more enthusiastic about their odds. But Mordred had personally seen Lionel's memories. She knew exactly what kind of monster she was facing. She never knew that it was possible to wield such power without magic or internal strength, but now she could no longer deny the possibility. The number 1 demon lord Krakos and the other demon lords sat around the massive map, all of them equally as silent. Even though they thought they were in a great position to defend, especially when the demon beasts and the mountainous landscape were taken into account. However, they were all influenced by the emotions of their demon empress and didn't dare to say much of anything. It was only after the doors clicked closed behind Lionel and Anna did some begin to notice their presence. Mordred looked up, squeezing out a smile. But it was clear to all that this was the last thing she wanted to be doing. She knew exactly how dire the situation was, and she also knew that it would be even more dire if others didn't understand the kind of threat they were facing. If even the demon lords didn't quite believe her, then what about their subordinates? And the subordinates to their subordinates? The more carefree and careless an army was, the easier it would be for them to collapse. By the time they realized that these things should be taken seriously, it would all already be too late. This was honestly the largest part of the reason Mordred had no choice but to call for Lionel's help. The only one she could think of that might have a way of turning around this mentality was Lionel himself. Mordred brought Lionel and Anna to sit by her. 3 days ago, an envoy of the Ascension Empire came. They established relations and also made it clear that the only course of action was surrender and complete obedience or war. Mordred briefly explained. Lionel nodded. He wasn't sure what he as a single person could do about this. Honestly, he felt that it might be better for the Demon Empire and Camelot to simply surrender. In his opinion, they didn't stand a chance. However, he also understood how hard such a truth would be for them to swallow. No one would like the idea of something they built with their own hands being taken away by another, just because, in truth, no one was in the wrong. It wasn't Camelot's fault for appearing within Earth's territory, nor was it Earth's fault for wanting their territory to be under the sole control of themselves. You don't have to do too much during this meeting, Mordred continued. I only want your opinions on certain things. Though I have a small understanding of the kind of existence the Ascension Empire is, I can't be as certain as you. Now that she thought about certain things, Mordred began feeling somewhat guilty about calling Lionel here. Was she asking him to betray his people? Or, even worse than that, Had she brought a seed of this empire she wanted to repel into her den? Though Mordred thought these things, she trusted her gut feeling. And, most importantly, she trusted what she had seen from Lionel's life. She knew exactly how he felt about the Empire. In fact, he probably hated it even more than she did at this current point. Lionel nodded again. So Mordred wanted a consultation of sorts. This was easy enough to accomplish. Lionel took a back seat, silently listening to the meeting as they began to debate strategy. But the more Lionel listened, the more his brow furrowed. Their thinking was too strict, their scopes were too narrow, their understanding of their enemy was far worse than Lionel believed the Empire's understanding of them was. The more he listened, the more Lionel came to realize where Mordred's feelings of unease came from. If things continued like this, let alone repelling the Empire, their demon empire would collapse in a matter of a few days. Then, soon after, Camelot would follow. I suggest we leave Serpent's Path unguarded. We only have a limited amount of resources, and the enemies aren't fools. Who would march an army up that hellscape? It would be a waste of resources indeed. Other than leaving some scouts there in case of trouble, I think we can leave it be and focus out defenses elsewhere. Just as the next demon lord wanted to chime in, a sudden sigh sounded. Lionel stood, placing his palm on the map on the table. His eyes closed as he imprinted it all in an instant. Then his force surged, calling forth a strong surge of earth elemental energies. In the blink of an eye, the landscape bloomed. Under the astonished gazes of all those present, a perfect representation of the map was created, even down to the smallest imperfections of the mountain range they currently sat within. "This is your world," Lionel said plainly. Lionel's hand waved again, quickly forming another landmass. But this one hovered above, held there by Lionel's force. Bang! Lionel dropped the newly created landmass on the one he had just formed. His actions caused a sigh of pity to spread throughout the room. The three-dimensional construct had really been too perfect. After lamenting it for a while, the demon lords looked at the new landscape, their eyes colored with shock. This new structure had such elaborate mountain structures that it put them to shame. Compared to the mountain range of their demon empire, it was like an adult versus a newborn. This is just half a continent on Earth that was once called Asia. Lionel continued just as emotionlessly. The pupils of the demon lords constricted. Just half a continent was already larger than their entire world. Just how big was Lionel's world? Looking at the ease this Asia flattened their lands with, a bit of trepidation crawled into their hearts. When the Ascension Empire had yet to unite all of Earth, Asia was the final continent that remained standing. This wasn't only because of their intelligence and ingenuity, but most importantly because of their terrain, the centerpiece of which was a country once known as China. China is surrounded by sea and islands from one side and completely protected by endless mountains from another. Attacking them was almost impossible, and most attempts ended up in failure. "Do you know what the Ascension Empire did?" Lionel asked coldly. The demon lord shivered, their hearts clenching before Lionel's gaze. They lost focus on who was the human and who was the demon for a moment. Lionel lifted a finger, causing a small ball of fire to appear. It was only the size of a fingernail, but the heat concentrated on it made all of their hearts beat wildly. Lionel flicked his finger toward his construct of ancient Asia. Bang! A hole was blown through the mountains, flattening them to the ground. The demons shuddered. Was this power a civilization should have? How could it be possible to flatten mountains so large? However, the next words Lionel spoke made them all freeze. It was as though a reaper had grabbed onto their throats, suffocating them from the depths of their souls. This happened in 2097, just the 21st century. It's currently the 25th century. What do you think they can do now? Chapter 4:24. Lionel's words caused an eerie silence to overwhelm the war room. Much like Mordred before, these demon lords had never been aware that there could be power outside one's own bodily strength. Even mages who might as well be known as the nukes of the battlefield in their world couldn't even compare. But to hear that this was not only possible, but had been possible over 300 years ago by the very same society aiming for their lands, now caused many of them to pale. At this moment, they were no longer the demons that terrorized the lands of Camelot. They looked toward one another, not missing the trepidation in each one of their eyes. Then, what should we do? How do we beat such an existence? The number one demon, Lord Krakos, finally spoke, his deep rumbling voice filling the once silent environment. Lionel raised his palm from the table, causing the earth elemental force to disperse. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, causing their hearts to sink. The Empire is more powerful than you could imagine. If it wasn't for the restrictions the metamorphosis placed on them, even destroying your entire world wouldn't be an issue. Lionel's words weren't exaggerated in the slightest. Even back during the start of the 20th century, Earth already had technology capable of wiping out cities. By the end of the 21st, they were able to wipe out whole mountain ranges. Now, as they near the end of the 25th century, destroying a moon wasn't a matter of if they could, but only if they were willing to pay the price and deal with the aftermath. I don't want to sell you all a false dream. Though I have a strong dislike for the Empire, I also know that I must be realistic. As much as I would like to paint you a pretty picture, the odds of you winning aren't close to zero. They are zero. In fact, though it might be hard to hear, I wouldn't be surprised if the Empire was using your world as a training field for their youth. The atmosphere only grew colder the more Lionel spoke. If you want my suggestions, in my humble opinion, you only have a few options. The first is to fight back. Inevitably, you will lose. Once that happens, everyone in this room will be sent to Dark Cloud Prison to live out the rest of your lives. Your citizens will be assimilated into the Empire and become people of Earth. Your second option is to form an alliance with Camelot. Should you do that, you might repel a first wave. But inevitably, you will lose. Once that happens, everyone in this room will be sent to Dark Cloud Prison to live out the rest of your lives while your citizens are assimilated. Your third option is to display your usefulness. If you manage to do this, it's very possible that you can gain a hereditary title in exchange for your knowledge. If you use proper hard and soft tactics, you may allow your world to be recognized as the 10th province of Earth. The room fell into silence. Lionel didn't mince his words in the slightest. He needed them to understand that this was an impossible war to win. Ana sent a glance toward Lionel's side profile, lost in her thoughts. She wondered just how much of Lionel's words were his own objective analysis and how much of it was the indoctrination he had received since his youth. Where had all of Lionel's knowledge of the strength of the Empire come from? Wasn't it all from his education? Hadn't that education all been provided for, catered, and censored appropriately at the behest of the Empire? Maybe even Lionel wasn't sure about this. All he knew was that he was speaking the truth from his own vantage point, and that he didn't feel like he was lying. But when it came down to it, did those that had been manipulated always realize when they had been? The demon lords looked toward one another. At the same time, Mordred fell into her own thoughts as well. What was the reason she built the Demon Empire? Other than the fact she had become a tool for the machinations of Shieldcross stars, it was because she hated the fact that she was ostracized by even her own parents simply due to her affinity. Since they hated her dark elements so much, she would become the spearhead for people like her and point her blade toward Camelot. However, from what Mordred understood about Lionel's world, the same stigma against the dark element didn't exist. It wasn't an overly religious society. It didn't have a church to worry about. And the most important case was Lionel, who stood right before her. Lionel didn't care about the light or dark element one way or another. To him, it was simply something reserved for fairy tales. If she thought about things this way, then what reason did she have to continue protecting this empire? If a society that accepted her appeared, then maybe she could finally rest her head and place down this burden. Lionel, do you believe that demons would be accepted? Mordred spoke, her voice slightly weary. Lionel looked back toward the demon empress, his expression somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected for them to accept this change so quickly. Truthfully, as long as Mordred spoke, the deed was practically half complete. I can't be certain of this either. But what I do know is that there are people all over Earth awakening abilities that make them look no different from you all the time. The Empire, if it was ever good at anything but conquering and control, has always been diligent in assimilating those of all races without discrimination. But at the same time, this is a new world. It's somewhat easier to accept others of the same species as opposed to a completely new people like the demons. Still, I ultimately think it's worth a try. Mordred fell into her thoughts for a long time before she finally spoke again. Will you lead these negotiations, Lionel? Lionel raised his brows in surprise, but in the end he slowly nodded. Chapter 425. Lionel agreed to Mordred's request, but there were a few things he knew had to be done first. The first was to contact Camelot. It was impossible to accomplish this without putting up a united front. Camelot and the Demon Empire had to come together. Of course, Lionel got a lot of pushback about this, but he had to speak reason to them all. The Empire would never allow civil war within its borders. One way or another, the two would have to assimilate. The question was whether or not they'd act first and get something out of it, or if they'd wait to get conquered and receive nothing in return for their grievances. When Lionel explained it this way, they managed to calm down somewhat and listen to reason. It was only at this point that Lionel realized the demons seemed to hate humans as much as humans hated them. While humans thought demons were bloodthirsty creatures who shouldn't be allowed to be a part of normal society, demons believed humans to be hypocrites that hid their true nature, only to reveal themselves to be far worse than the demons they hated so much. Lionel's second suggestion was to present a shot of strength to the Empire. Negotiations were only possible for those with strength. If there was too large of a power imbalance, what would be the point? The one with the stronger fist would simply take what they wanted. Even though it was clear that the Empire was by far the strongest between the two parties, they still had to put in some effort to level out the playing field. Only then would they be able to open up negotiations in good faith. In the end, these talks boiled down to one fact. Mordred would have to take a trip back to Camelot. Noah looked up from a map he was seriously observing, his expression colored with surprise. You said they sent someone? They want to negotiate? Jessica stood before Noah with her usually cold expression, relaying the information she had just received. Yes, their number 9 Demon Lord made a trip down the mountain to relay this message. According to what he had to say, the Demon Empire was willing to open negotiations and want to understand more about what it would mean to submit. Noah raised an eyebrow. Are they trying to stall for time? They arranged for the negotiation to occur in half a month. I have a hard time believing that they could prepare anything in this time. In addition, half a month was the time frame we set for our first wave attack to begin as well. Noah nodded. He found all of this to be curious. From the information they had compiled, the demons were most definitely not such a race. They were incredibly fond of battle and blood. Something like surrendering before a single bullet had been fired was baffling. Could it be that there is someone leading them? Their empress should be a human from Noah's understanding. Maybe it was her who helped them see reason. Noah had never considered negotiations, not because he was opposed to it, but rather because there were some cultural barriers that couldn't be crossed with simple words. Instead of convincing Camelot how powerful they were, it was best to just show them. This would make everything much easier. Interesting, Noah mumbled. He fell into his own thoughts, a familiar aura enveloping his surroundings. Jessica stood silently, her small hands gripping a clipboard. We will accept their meeting, but continue the preparations just in case. We also need a proper display of force to set the tone for the negotiations. I will contact Imperial Grandfather to understand what our bottom line is. Jessica nodded and took Noah's silence as a tacit dismissal. Mordred never thought there would be a day she would return to Camelot. The heavy rain falling against its tall stone walls seemed to be a reflection of her heart. At the very least, she thought that when she returned, it would be as a conqueror. But the truth was that she never expected to do such a thing. If she wanted to overrun Camelot and destroy it, it was likely that she could have succeeded long ago. The only thing that had kept the humans safe all this time was the disorganization of the demons. Mordred was the very person who fixed this fundamental issue, yet Camelot had still yet to be conquered. What reason could there possibly be for this, if not a hidden softness within her heart? Mordred silently gazed upon Camelot's gates. Compared to how things usually were, the massive capital city was quite quiet. Ever since this endless torrential rain began, a dark fog had been hanging over their world as though everyone was waiting for the other shoe to drop. The appearance of the Empire just so happened to be that other foot. Lionel watched silently from Mordred's side. To this negotiation, only he, Mordred, Aina, and Krakos had come. Even if things went horribly wrong, Lionel was still confident in taking everyone out safely. Now, it was just a matter of Mordred taking that final step forward. After gathering herself, Mordred took a step forward. But what she hadn't expected was for a woman in a fluttering blue dress to suddenly appear before the gates. The only one who didn't seem shocked by this was Lionel himself, who had long since grasped the energy fluctuations. And it was even easier to understand after he recognized the woman to be Queen Guinevere. Mordred never reacted when she saw her father. In fact, even with Lionel's senses, he would have never guessed that King Arthur was her father without having seen Mordred's life from start to end. But the moment this woman appeared, Mordred froze. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Guinevere's eyes. Still, as though she was trying to respect Mordred's personal space, she didn't get any closer than a few meters. It seemed that the reason there was no one to receive them was because Guinevere had insisted on doing it herself. For some reason, though, Lionel felt as though the energy of this world suddenly shifted when mother and daughter stood face to face. He couldn't quite grasp it, but he felt as though a small shackle had unlocked. This meeting might be far more important than even Lionel knew. Sparks flew within Lionel's dreamscape, but once again there wasn't enough information to draw the final conclusion. Chapter 426. Lionel felt a complex swell of emotions when he saw Guinevere. Those eyes, that day when he fell into an illusion of dream force, causing his long-forgotten memories to resurface, he had seen them before. Mordred wasn't sure what to say or do. She wasn't nearly as emotional as Guinevere, but she also wasn't indifferent. She was caught in an odd in-between, a mixture of awkwardness and hesitancy, coloring her usually confident, womanly demeanor. Guinevere shook her head, seemingly realizing that she had lost control of her emotions. She quickly composed herself, her tears drifting away from her cheeks in a magical sort of way. But there was nothing she could do about the redness of her eyes. They acted like a constant reminder of the emotions she had just displayed. "Welcome to Camelot. Please come with me." The queen bowed lightly, regaining a professional air. However, anyone who knew about diplomatic relations between countries, kingdoms, or empires would be wholly aware that something like a monarch bowing to another would never happen. Such a thing would be like a power admitting its inferiority to another. It was clear that Guinevere wasn't a fool who didn't understand these simple and obvious customs. She acted not only out of emotion, but also so that she could let Mordred and the others know that she would stand by them. To Guinevere, in comparison to the kingdom, her daughter was worth far more. It didn't matter to her that Mordred was already a woman of over 40 years old. To a mother, her daughter would always be her little girl. Guinevere rose from her bow, her back straightening to exude the elegance of a queen. With a light smile, she turned and began to lead them all forward. From her back view alone, one could sense her strength and resolve. Mordred blankly stared at her mother's back for a long time. She had expected either cold indifference or a flood of apology, but she ended up receiving neither. And somehow, this put her more at peace than anything else ever could. "Empress, Krako's deep voice snapped Mordred out of her stupor. Yes. Mordred nodded and moved forward, her gait steady and even-paced as she followed after her mother. Lionel was about to move to follow as well when he suddenly realized that Aina hadn't moved from start to finish. Aina stood in a daze, her fists clenched. She had come here to battle. She had never expected for things to boil down to a negotiation, and she had definitely not expected to run into such a scene. Her heart beat uncontrollably. She felt as though she wanted to scream out from the depths of her soul. How much had she wanted to see such a look? Would her mother also look at her like this if she was alive? Or would she run off like her father had? Her petite frame began to tremble. Her body held so much power in it. Even now, a massive, curved package was attached to her back. Maybe even Lionel would struggle to carry it with such ease. Yet, at this moment, she couldn't seem to control this powerful body of hers at all. Aina suddenly felt a large hand slip over hers. She looked up to find Lionel smiling toward her. Her heart didn't calm down for a long time, but she didn't push Lionel's hand away. She lost herself in the size and warmth of his hand. Though his body might have been almost as tough of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional metal, his skin still carried the security only a human's could give. It was only several breaths later that Aina caught her breath and pulled her hand away, slight blush on her features. Lionel smiled. "Let's go." Aina almost imperceptibly nodded and followed along. For the second time in his life, Lionel entered Camelot's castle. But this time he didn't feel the same awe he had the first time. If anything, it all felt somewhat superficial and weak to the current him. He wasn't sure if this was because he had seen through King Arthur's real character now, or if it was something else. But, regardless of the reason, the feeling was quite freeing. Lionel sent a glance toward Aina, who seemed to be looking around curiously. It seemed that despite the fact this was her first time, she didn't seem very affected by it all at all. Toward this, Lionel couldn't help but smile. Aina always acted so shy, but when it came down to it, she was quite a bold woman. Lionel felt that the dichotomy made her so very interesting. Though Aina always blushed profusely when he confessed, whenever they were interacting normally, she didn't seem off put by him at all. In fact, she had always been the only one who seemed to ignore how serious he got when he took tests or exams. "What?" Aina looked toward Lionel, realizing that he was looking toward her. Lionel grinned. "Nothing, you just look nice." In return for his flattery, Lionel received a glare. "Be more serious, we're almost there," she said softly. Lionel felt a tingling sensation in his back hearing her voice. He swore Aina's various inflections were a lethal weapon. He didn't know if his compliment made her reply softer, but what he did know was that it was foul play. Seeing that Lionel was in a daze, Aina tugged on his robes and pulled him forward. The others had long since entered the meeting room. Lionel smiled lightly and let Aina pull him along. When they entered the space, they found a well-furnished royal court. There was a throne at the head and a long, narrow walkway that splintered off into several seating arrangements. There were, obviously, reserved seating for Mordred, Lionel, and the others. But what was surprising was that there was another set of reserved seating. In fact, this reserved seating was already filled. The moment Lionel and Aina's gazes swept through the room, their killing intent erupted at the same time. The already silent room was suddenly infused with the rage of two. The familiar red hair and red eyes could never be mistaken. It was a member of the Brazinger family. Chapter 4:27. When King Arthur saw Lionel walk in, he of course felt a complex swirl of emotions. For better or worse, he felt an even more visceral reaction than when he saw his daughter. But maybe that made sense. After all, Arthur had clashed with Mordred many times before. It wasn't as though this was the first time he was laying eyes on his daughter in years. In comparison, Lionel was like a beacon that awakened him in many ways. Of course, that was most exacerbated by the death of 6 of his brothers. But Arthur still felt that the initial catalyst was Lionel himself. However, what Arthur hadn't expected was for Lionel to suddenly erupt with such killing intent the moment he stepped into the royal court. At first, Arthur thought that this rage was aimed toward himself. But he very quickly realized that from start to finish, Lionel had only swept a cursory glance over him. It was complete disregard, the very same disregard he felt when Lionel strolled out of his kingdom without even attempting to hide his tracks. Arthur couldn't help but feel an anger well up in his chest. As much as a person wanted to change, it was too difficult for a person to flip on a dime. It often took years of constant effort to undo what it took years to ingrain in the first place. But Arthur very quickly realized that this had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a man with blazing red hair and eyes just as crimson frowned, looking up to find the fury Aina and Lionel were looking at him with. But in truth, he was quite confused. He didn't know who these two kids were at all. This member of the Brazinger family wasn't the only one who had come. By his side, there was a blonde and golden-eyed man. And by this person's side, there was a green-haired and green-eyed woman. The last person was another than Lionel would recognize. A blue-haired and blue-eyed man by the name of Matthias Aderna. He was the very same man who had led little Nana and the others into the Camelot zone. Now it seemed like he was back for whatever reason. However, Lionel didn't spare him a single glance. His palm had already flipped over, revealing a bow that exuded a deathly sharp aura. He immediately locked onto the red-haired man, causing the latter's expression to darken even further. Lionel. Arthur panicked slightly. He didn't understand what Lionel was doing and for what purpose. It was obvious that Lionel had some sort of animosity with this red-haired man, but was it really so bad to take such immediate action? Unfortunately, Lionel didn't even look in Matthias' direction, leaving him quite stunned. Much like Arthur, he thought that Lionel might have some animosity toward him as well, but the reality was likewise outside of his expectation. The little mink reacted just as violently. Jumping from Aina's arms, it found its spot at the top of Lionel's head, its fur standing on end. Lionel, Arthur roared, standing from his throne. Even though Arthur was even somewhat thankful for Lionel, he couldn't allow a diplomat sent by another nation to be killed in his royal court. At least this was how he saw those four. Regardless of what reason Lionel had, he couldn't allow him to act on them. Lionel flipped another palm. As though he couldn't hear Arthur at all, he knocked an arrow, his senses locking onto the red-haired man. It was only now that the man began to feel some pressure. He stood from his seat, his heart thrumming. But this wasn't out of fear. He simply activated his lineage factor, feeling his blood course through his body as he raised his strength to its optimal levels. He didn't know why Lionel was targeting him, but he didn't care. He wouldn't allow himself to be killed, even if there was a good reason. Lionel, compared to the other voices calling out his name, this was by far the softest. Yet, it was the only voice capable of making Lionel's aura completely disperse. Lionel looked over and down toward Aina, only to find her having regained her calm. She stood there, shaking her head. "We came here to help him. Don't ruin things." Lionel's brow furrowed when he heard this. That was right. If he killed someone here, even if he had a good argument, it would be difficult to persuade Arthur to their side. Even though Guinevere was on their side, if her word was really final, Mordred wouldn't have been ostracized in the first place. With what Lionel knew about King Arthur, he was already unlikely to agree with their proposal to begin with. If he didn't something to push him further away, things would only become more difficult. Lionel's arm relaxed slightly, his gaze coldly locking back onto the red-haired man as he lowered his bow. Without a word, Lionel put his bow away and made his way to his seat. After taking his eyes off the red-haired man, he didn't look his way again as he tried to calm the raging tide that was his blood. But a heavy aura hung around him. Aside from Aina, who seemed unaffected, everyone else was, making it difficult for them to begin discussions. A heavy silence hung over royal court. Many gazes were on Lionel, trying to figure out the reason for his previous outburst, yet the subject of their observation sat silently staring in no particular direction. However, judging by the look in his eye, it felt as though he could lash out again at any time. King Arthur's face went cold as he sat back down on his throne. It hadn't escaped his notice that his wife hadn't sat by his side and had instead chosen to sit by Mordred. And now, Lionel had completely disregarded him. It felt as though this throne he sat on was weightless. What the hell had he spent his whole life building? Was it really all meaningless? Chapter 428. A silence continued to hang over the royal court. For a while, it seemed as though no one would speak at all until it was that King Arthur finally composed himself, regaining his bearing. Today it seems that two parties have come to negotiate terms with our Camelot, one of which was more of a surprise than the other. Arthur began to speak, sweeping a gaze over the hidden families. Though the appearance of Mordred and the others was planned, these hidden family members appeared out of nowhere. However, after hearing that they were a power that could oppose the Empire, Arthur became intrigued and allowed them to enter. He couldn't be certain of what Mordred's purpose here was, but as an intelligent man and a ruler with many years of experience, he could make a good guess. Initially, even though he was unwilling, he thought that he might have no choice but to accept Mordred's propositions, especially with the current actions of his wife, but the appearance of this third party left him feeling pleasantly surprised. It seemed that King Arthur was still unwilling to relinquish his power. As much pain and suffering as this throne had brought him, wouldn't it make all that hardship meaningless if he were to just give it up now? Mattias cleared his throat, trying to settle the atmosphere down. He sent a side glance toward the red-haired man before he opened his mouth to speak. Yes, we came here today to encourage Camelot not to fall prey to the intimidation of the Empire. Though we won't deny that they are powerful, what we can say is that they are not the only ones who are so. This universe is very big, and its scope is endless. In the grand scheme, the Ascension Empire is just a speck of dust floating in the winds. King Arthur and the other court ministers were quite intrigued by these words. This concept of a universe was one they had never heard of before. Yet, it was a word that filled them with awe and thoughts of grandeur. Before, they hadn't even been aware that a world outside their own existed, but now they were learning about so much more. Among these ministers were a few characters Lionel recognized, namely Lancelot and the young Prince Lyonis. Neither had participated in the Merlin trials, so they were of course very safe. From their facial expressions, it was difficult to tell what they were thinking. But the two sat on complete opposite sides of the room, not interacting with one another. Your words are quite honey-coated, King Arthur said with a laugh. But what does the vastness of this universe have to do with us? If anything, it might be safer to have a sturdy wing to take cover beneath, don't you think? Even though King Arthur didn't mean these words, he still spoke them. He wasn't a fool. Negotiation was about leverage, and why would he give up his own so easily? Mattias smiled lightly at these words. Clearly, he was very much expecting them. To answer your question, I think we should give a bit of background on Earth itself. The Empire might be considered the main power beneath the sun, but it is only that. Within the shadows, there are several other rivals to it. For one, there is the Slayer Legion that the Empire has not been able to weed out all this time. And with the descent of the Metamorphosis, the Slayer Legion is only growing more powerful. However, I would say that the true hidden strength of Earth would be us so-called hidden families. I don't particularly like this term. Rather than saying that we are hiding, it's more accurate to say that there hasn't been anything worth coming out for just yet. I can swear that if our families were to come out now, this so-called Ascension Empire would have no chance of survival. Mattias' words were forceful and full of pride. However, King Arthur only shook his head after hearing them. You've spoken many niceties and painted a picture in very broad strokes. However, you have yet to speak of how these things could help our Camelot. What difference is there in submitting to you versus this Ascension Empire? Though you say you're more powerful, these are just your words. How can we take them just as you've said them? Mattias smiled. I will give you proof then. Are you aware of the dimensions? King Arthur frowned. This was a concept that had been foreign to him until the envoy of the Ascension Empire had come. It was only after that he learned about these ranking systems. Seeing Arthur's reaction, Mattias' smile deepened. The Ascension Empire is the ruler of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world. Even after Earth breaks through once again, their power will still ultimately be considered to be within the third dimension. In fact, the truth is that their strength will diminish by several factors after the descent of the fourth dimension is complete. King Arthur and the court ministers frowned. How could that be so? You all may not believe me, but the true backbone of the Ascension Empire is their technology. However, upon ascending dimensions, the physics by which their technology is built upon is distorted, changed, and flipped. This means that staples of their understanding will be overturned, thus making their technology useless. In fact, even in this pseudo-fourth-dimensional world, they're already holding on by a thin thread. They only manage to use some of their prowess with a stopgap measure like their force disruption towers, but these towers have no chance of working against true fourth-dimensional force. That being the case, what do you think will happen once the fourth dimension descends? They'll essentially be a crippled power having lost their main source of strength. Mattias' smile only seemed to widen the more he spoke. And do you know what the best part about all of this is? Normally, it would take another decade or two for the first stage metamorphosis to complete. However, due to the appearance of your world, the timeline has been accelerated. By now, there's already less than a year left. Arthur's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing. If this was true, our proposal is simple. Mattias began to hammer in the final nails. We will protect you all until the metamorphosis concludes. Unlike the Empire, we hidden families aren't restricted to third-dimensional entities, and we aren't fools who place our hope in garbage like technology. Once the fourth dimension descends, that bottleneck that has been keeping you and your warriors and mages from advancing all these years will break. Then, not only will you grow stronger, but the Empire will grow weaker. By then, you'll be on the same playing field as the rest of us. And the catch? Arthur asked with a raised eyebrow. It couldn't be simpler. Mattias said slowly. All we ask for is an exchange of knowledge. Your world's magic system. We would like to learn it. Arthur and the other ministers fell into silence. These conditions, they were very good. Mordred clenched her jaw, her gaze icy. She didn't spare a glance toward her father in the slightest. She wasn't surprised by the fact he would make a decision before even hearing her speak. It wasn't as though he had never disregarded her before. Are you done now? A sudden voice cut through the silence. Unexpectedly, it was the very same Lionel that had been the center of attention previously. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.